Bom dia a todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos ao
Good
terceiro.
morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of Research and Innovation Symposium at FGV. And today is the day we will go into this first panel here. We present research projects that are ongoing and being developed. They're still being structured. And for that, they're looking for partnerships, investments, and the structuring and the composition of these projects. We start this here by presenting some startups to you that were selected by our administration school of businesses. Thales is right here. He is the vice director of the school, and he helped us make the selection of startups that were or are being accelerated by FGV Eventos, who is also here, and we'll make a very brief presentation about FGV events and what we do to accelerate the startups and what we do to support the startups. So today, I'll use a sentence that Thales used, and it's a Mike Tyson sentence. So it says, everybody has a plan till they get hit on their mouth. And here's for us who are very resilient. So startups is a little bit about the emotion of the experience. So how to create innovations. We talked about the barriers the country has to generate this innovation. So now we take this into consideration. You have to be very resilient. You have to have the will to go through this. So this is what I'm going to talk about this first panel. And to moderate it, I'm going to call up here Rodrigo Pastro. He's the manager for monitoring and control projects in the Directory of Technology and Innovation of National Confederation of Industry. We'd like to welcome you here.
Aqui é do modelo antigo, ainda tem que ligar, né?
This is the old model. I don't have to turn on. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you and talk about innovation. Not talk about, listen about innovation. I saw the projects. They're incredible projects, and after that, we'll talk some more about it. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate everyone for the event. It's the third day of the event. It will be wrapped up today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here the other days, but what I heard from you are incredible things, and it's cool to contribute to this initiative and bring this innovation to our society, because innovation is called innovation because it generates, like our friend from Pernambuco says, I forgot his name, he created, I forgot his name, Silvio Meira. He says innovation is called innovation because it generates new things. If you don't bring it to society, it is an innovation. So many of these projects, some at the beginning, some are in the middle of the trajectory. I hope they are the beginning of a new journey for the companies and startups, and that they can happen through FGV events and can bring many royalties for the countries. I'd like to begin.
Aqui, ó, já ia começar. Tá bom. Então tá bom, já me passaram aqui a alteração.
So they already show me the changes. So innovations like that is all happening. So I'd like to invite up here to the stage Luciana Qualeta to show us a little bit about the projects. Welcome, Luciana.
Bom dia, pessoal, tudo bem?
Good morning, everyone. Is everyone okay? It's a pleasure to be here with you, talking about FGV Ventures, which is an accelerator of startups from ISP. And for us to begin with, what are we? We're an accelerator. Do I have the clicker here? Or are you gonna? move the slides for me. Yeah, so
Obrigada. Bom, então nem me apresentei, eu sou
I'm
professora
going to introduce myself. I'm professor of entrepreneurship at AISP. I coordinate FGV Ventures for almost 3 years now. And let's talk about how they work. We're startup accelerators at early stages for those who are taking the first steps. And our main goal here is promote entrepreneurship of high potential and potential for scaling up, but also taking a look at the ethics of these businesses. We're accelerator with no interest in revenue, so we don't ask them for taxes. So it's a way to contribute for things that come up here in FGV as well as the whole country. And our thesis is to try to support ethical businesses, because in our perspective, businesses do have to grow, scale up, but they can't do that at any cost. So we've had making this provocation that while looking for scaling up their businesses, they have to think about the negative externalities. So not create unemployment, destroy the environment, for example, while they're going. So we work our program taking a look at these different aspects. How does this acceleration program work? We have 2 bets a year. So in the first semester and another one the second semester, they always last 4 months. And we offer a tripod, which are training in many different things, such as client segmentation, valuation, managing of people, governance, and many other points. We offer strategical direction, first with frequent meetings, monthly with each of them, but we also give daily support, and we always do mentoring with professionals in the market. We're talking about demand, and so they can target their necessities according to the market. So we always do partnership with strategic institutions such as group of investors, in our case, which is GV Angels, is angel investors that come out of this pool, but also many different groups that exist all over the place. Some numbers so you understand a little bit about the results. We have 81 startups graduated from our programs. We'll get to 87 in the end of this week, with a survival rate of 73%, considering that they are still in early stages. And we have almost 40% of our businesses being managed by women. And the main segments are from fintechs, RTechs, and health techs. All of them together have more than 50 million of valuation, and they've got millions of heads. And we always have more sales when they are sold. They sell the shares to other institutions. Talking about the selection criteria, there are startups in the early stages. They are from all over Brazil, not only for students in FGV. We accept startups from all over Brazil that don't have to be connected to us. We look at their scaling potential, but these startups need to think about the social and environmental aspects from the get-go and have a first functioning model of this service. It doesn't have to get some revenue, but they have to be about to get some revenue. We give preference for startups that have diverse teams, and one of the partners will be dedicated to business. Talking a little bit about the next steps. This week, actually tomorrow, to be more specific, we have the batch 17, which is the graduation of the startups that are concluding the semester now, and in the same day we'll open new callings for batch 18, which will happen next semester. So if you have a business in the early stages or you know people who might be interested, you ask you to disseminate this information. If you have any question, I can give you guys my contact, and over here you can also get to our website. And as it was said before, today we'll have 3 startups presenting to us here, actually 4, because I will present one of them because André was unable to be here with us. So 4 success cases will be presented here to you. Thank you. It's already here.
Bom, então, para quem estava desde o...
So for those of you who have been here since the first day, André Abreu, who is the entrepreneur that founded BassaBox, he got an award for being successful. So those of you who know or remember him, you know what happened. So I got the task to present the pitch, and I talked to the entrepreneurs because I can make a pitch for all of their startups. But if I make a mistake here, we can check with André on some of the information. So this startup is called BassaBox, was one of the first startups that we accelerated when our accelerator was founded in 2016, and still up to this day, one of our big success cases. And he's already got more than 60 millions in investments. He's going to another round with a valuation at around $50 million. So it's a startup that grew a lot because it offers a very interesting service. So talking about what they do, they help medium and large size companies to scale up their digital initiatives through managing a community of over 50,000 technology professionals. So we can think that they kind of have a marketplace for technology professionals, but they actually do this in a much more complete manner from going end to end. So I'm going to explain to you guys how this works. So what's the biggest issue we have in the market? Companies need to develop technological products such as apps, softwares, or whatever they need to service their clients. But not all of these companies have the know-how to do this. They don't have the correct training within their teams or even big enough teams with competences to do this type of projects. Usually, what do these companies do? They hire consultancies for technologies such as Centro and many others to do this type of projects. But research shows that you waste around $1 trillion in badly executed technological projects, because the companies, on one hand, they want to do these things very quickly, they want to have the best quality for their end clients, and on the other hand, the consultancies have fixed costs, they need to pay their teams, and they end up charging they end up costing a lot because the projects need to solve the problem of the client, but they also need to maintain the cost structure. So we have this problem from the beginning because the consultancy will try to do in a way this project that will benefit them and not pass this on to the professionals and talents that are involved in this. If this problem is real, why aren't they tackling this? Because the companies don't know how to solve this problem. They need the expertise that the consultancies have, so they continue paying for the service. And one matter is that for the employees of these technological consultancies, they end up getting less money from the projects, and they're not always being allocated to the projects they want to work on. So, for example, I'm very good at Java scripting, but I need to do another type of programming because that's what they need me to do at that moment. So, BassaBox was founded as a solution for this because they have freelancers basis. So they're freelancers, but they are professionals who are extremely qualified to deal with technology. They have over 50,000 professionals registered in the systems, and they will deal with the process and able to generate professional services for this company. So this is how it works. The company will hire BassaBox for a specific project. BassaBox will select within this pool of freelancers the most qualified squad. So they form a squad that's personalized for that project and that company, and they'll classify depending on this team and this squad. Because why is it special? Because it creates a connection between the parts. The BassaBox always also manages the project, not only indicates the professional, but it will also manage this team, and they will deliver the result they promise. So the results they have today is 6 times more services being delivered, 6 times quicker with more quality, and 11 times more agile. Also, they are able to solve the problem with these professionals because they are able to pay better these professionals and make them work with what they want to work, with projects that are aligned with what they want to work. And how do they make money? They charge per project. It's very specific for each project, so they'll analyze the scope of the project and amount of people who will be involved in this. And I see that my time is running out already. But talk about the future plans. They have developed many new products through AI. And what they want to do is to become a big university so that these companies can learn more about technology and start to depend less on hiring this type of consultancies, because Box becomes stronger because they're always being the ones hired, and a great differential. And the company is good for them because they spend less, they have quicker projects. But what's different about them is because what they give the freelancers and these professionals, because they have the same benefits as hired workers, because they can give them health plans. It's the same as if they were hired workers, but they aren't. They can be more available for other projects, and they can make their flexible time. So here you have André's contact. And thank you very much. Sorry for going over time here. Thank you, Luciano. Very interesting, this Bossa Box. I'd like to invite up to the stage Guilherme Coudia with the project Movil.
Móveis.
Bem, prazer, Rodrigo.
Prazer, Guilherme.
Obrigado. Olá.
Hello.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Pessoal, prazer.
Guys, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I'm Guilherme Coudia, the founder and CEO of Movil Furniture. We're the first furniture label that does personalized work in Brazil. We were born 2 years ago due to a problem I had with a woodworker. And I saw that this problem was only mine, that 6 in every 10 Brazilians that buy personalized furniture, they say they're dissatisfied with the experience. What does our company do? We developed a 3D platform so we can personalize things where our consumer can personalize and see in real time the product they want. It's measuring the length, the height, how deep it is, and the 3D will give this feedback immediately. We take this product, we transform into a code that goes directly to this machine in our industry, that's the 4.0 industry, and it's going to automate the entire manufacture. So we don't delay, it's very precise, and with that, we can deliver an experience of a product that's high quality, under the correct measures, and without giving our consumers headaches. We also create something that's patented by us, a device to fit things that allows for clients to build and build their furniture without needing any type of tools. And it's done for post-sale as well, because if any pieces have defects, we don't have to manufacture the entire furniture, we just change the piece, and then we have a very good furniture. With that, what can we do? We can deliver a high-quality furniture that's done under the correct measures, and that's very quick and without giving problems to our consumer. That's why today, Movil has an NPS of 93. We're today the biggest NPS of the furniture industry in Brazil. And how do we do that? We bring together technology and design so we can deliver this high quality and personalized experience to people's houses. Today, we count with 950 furniture being sold. That's millions and millions of dollars of revenue. And we're trying to deliver in all states of Brazil. And our proposal for value is that so you can have a furniture that can fit in your spaces, that has to do with your house, but this process won't take months, it won't give you problems. And if there any problems come up, you know where to go, you know how to talk and who to talk to, and you have a very transparent process. So today our value process is divided into 4 pillars: easiness, personalization, design, and sustainability. Easiness, everything has to be easy. Personalized furniture has to be easy. To put this furniture together has to be easy. Design has to be beautiful and has to be functional. Personalization, you have to be for the space you have, so houses are getting smaller. So we need to turn the spaces into use the spaces as personalized for space, but to our style as well. And sustainability, because from beginning to end of this experience, we worry about this. Today, we are one of the furniture purchasing experience that are most sustainable in Brazil, from the raw material that we use up to the delivery that we do, the packaging we use. So everything we do, we worry about all these aspects from the beginning to end, and the consumer connects with the entire process.
Our next steps are divided basically into two areas, sales and operations. Sales today, we have over 120 partner architects, 120,000 followers on Instagram, as well as Fest Shop Brazil. We're in 8 of their stores, and we're also partners of Quinto Andar and some other construction companies like SKR. So looking at partnerships with designers, building companies, construction companies, so that we can amplify our sales channels. And now operations, investing more and more into technology in our partner industry, supporting and verticalizing our operations so that we can deliver even faster and better every time with our logistics systems. We have a very good team finishing a 3 million reais. If you want an investment round, if you want to participate, there's still a little space. We also have GV Angels as our investors, VC investors, so many others that are supporting our initiative, and also some entrepreneurs that do angel investments. The founder of Nomad, Pharma, iFood, so on and so forth. SKR is our stock shareholder as well, the owners of Acatex. And what is the future that we think for us? We want to be the easiest furniture buying, customized furniture company in Brazil, and we want your support for this. We have a Black Friday right now, so use the time. It's almost done. If you want to live the best experience to buy a furniture piece for your home, do not miss this opportunity. And thank you very much for the opportunity. We're together in this one. This is a good salesman. Congratulations, Guilherme. You got to be a good salesman. Thank you, guys.
Bom, pessoal.
All right, folks.
Opa, passador, obrigado.
There you go. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Lívia Rodrigues Barreto to talk about Compartilha. Please, welcome to the stage.
Obrigada. Tudo bem?
Thank you very much.
Oi, gente, bom dia.
All right, folks, good morning.
Oi, gente. Então, meu nome é Lívia Barreto.
My name is Lívia Barreto.
Pesquisadora da
I'm
Universidade
a
Federal do Ceará.
researcher
A
at the
gente foi
Ceará
acelerada
Federal
pela
University. We were
FGV
accelerated by
Invest
FGV
passado,
Ventures
esse ano ainda.
last
E eu
invest
tô aqui para apresentar para
this year,
vocês a
and
Compartilha.
I'm here to
Então,
share with
imagine
you
país
the
hoje
effort.
não fosse
Compartilha.
preciso
Imagine a
realizar
country where you
campanhas
didn't
para
need to
repor bolsas de sangue.
replace
Bem, no Brasil,
blood
de
banks
lado,
in
temos
Brazil
número
to
alarmante aí da
do
Visa,
campaigns.
onde
We have
40% de tudo que é
40%
doado no
of
nosso
everything that's
Brasil vai
donated in
diretamente
Brazil
para o lixo.
goes directly to
O que são os
garbage.
hemocomponentes?
So
São os
what are
produtos
the
que são
components?
extraídos
These
do
are
nosso
the
sangue.
products that
Por
are
exemplo,
extracted from our
plasma,
bloods, for example,
plaquetas,
plasma,
hemácia, que é
platelets,
precipitado.
so
Dessa
many
forma,
other
gente, uma bolsa de
products.
sangue, ela pode
And
salvar até
a
4
blood
vidas
bag could
diferentes.
save 4
Por outro lado, a
different
gente vê esse alto
lives.
índice de
We
descarte,
see
mas
this
a gente
high
sempre vê
disposal
campanhas
index, but we
emergenciais,
also
redes
see
sociais,
emergency
televisão,
campaigns in
jornais, enfim,
televisions,
falando
networks,
dessa falta de produto.
talking
Né?
about
Eu
the
trouxe para
lack
vocês
of blood
aqui
products.
valores
So
do
I
estado
brought
do
you some
Ceará, mas em
figures
São
from the
Paulo
state of
isso
Ceará,
triplica.
but
Tá?
in
Uma
São
bolsa
Paulo
de
it's
sangue no
triple
estado do
the
Ceará, ela
figures.
custa entre
So
200 e 300 reais para
a
ser
bag of
produzida.
bloods
No estado de São
costs
Paulo, ela
200
já
and
vai para a média
300
aí de 800.
reais,
tem
and in
que
São
mais de
Paulo
4
800
milhões de
to be
unidades de
produced. We
hemocomponentes
have
são
4 million
descartadas
of
todos os anos no
units
nosso
in
Brasil.
components are
Então,
discarded in
temos aí
Brazil. So we
potencial de
have a
descarte de
huge
200 milhões de
potential
reais que
of
poderiam ser melhor
202 reais that
aproveitados.
could be
Bom,
better
e como é que é essa
used.
cadeia? A gente tem
And
uma
how
complexa
does
cadeia
this
de
chain work? We
suprimentos
have
na
a
gestão de sangue,
complex supply chain
crescimento
for
da
the blood bank
necessidade de
management,
hemocomponentes, a
the
curva de
growth of
envelhecimento no Brasil,
uh,
né, está cada vez
the
maior. A população
need,
mais
and
idosa, ela doa
people are
menos,
elderly,
mas,
they
por outro
donate
lado, ela
less,
precisa
but on the
mais,
other hand,
porque
they
ela
need
passa por
more
mais
blood
procedimentos
because they
cirúrgicos,
go through
tratamentos
more
de câncer.
surgeries, cancer
A
treatment,
gente
so
tem
on
a
and so forth.
dificuldade de manter
We have the
doadores
trouble of
regulares no nosso
maintaining
país.
regular donators
Segundo
in
a
our
OMS,
country.
para que um país seja
And
autônomo
according to
em
the
bancos de sangue, ele
WHO,
precisa que
if a country to be
3,5% da população seja
autonomous,
doador regular.
3.5%
Atualmente, no
of the
Brasil, só tem
population needs to
1,7% da
donate blood,
população
and we
doando
only have
sangue,
1.7% right now
além
in
da
Brazil.
perecibilidade do material.
Also,
Plaquetas só duram
the
5
materials are
dias.
extremely
Se for
perishable. For
coletada e
example,
não for
platelets only
consumida, ela é
last 5 days.
descartada. Hemácias duram 42.
Red
Foi
blood
aí que
cells,
surgiu a
42 days,
Compartilha
so on and so forth.
para
So
trazer a
Compartilha
viabilidade desses
aim
produtos
to
de
bring
sangue,
the
evitar
viability for blood
campanhas
products
emergenciais
and to
feitas por
avoid emergency
familiares,
campaigns
ajuda a
by
salvar
family
vidas,
members,
reduzir
helping
os
to save
custos
lives, and
relacionados
with
a
regards
produtos
of the costs
infecto-contaminantes
for
e
infected contaminant
ajudando
products,
aí a
and
manter
helping to
o equilíbrio entre a
maintain
oferta
the balance
e a
between
demanda.
supply
A gente
and
tem
demand for
problema
blood.
com os
We have a
brasileiros, são os
problem
215
that
milhões de
we are
pessoas que podemos
250
a qualquer
million
momento
people that
precisar
could
desse
at any
suprimento
time
para
need
sobreviver.
blood
E
supplies to
como é que
survive.
funciona a
So how
Compartilha?
does
A
this
gente
company
tem uma
work?
API que conecta
We
todos os
have
sistemas dos bancos de sangue,
connection to
onde a
the
gente
systems in the
coleta
blood banks where we
informações
gather
acerca do
information
estoque,
about the
classificando se
stock
está em
that they have,
excesso ou
classifying
falta.
if they have
A
excess
gente
or
pega todas
lack,
essas
or
informações
and we have
relacionadas
all
aos
this
tipos
information
hemocomponentes,
with the
tipo
types
sanguíneo,
of
fator RH,
hemocomponents,
fenotipagem, genotipagem,
HR,
e a
phenotypical,
gente faz
genotypical
aí,
information,
através de
and
uma
all of
modelagem
that
matemática e de
we
programação
do a mathematical
computacional, a
model
melhor
with
solução
computer programming.
possível de
We create
equilíbrio de
the
estoque para toda a
optimized
cadeia.
management
E aí a gente
for
emite
this whole chain,
relatórios
and then
diários
we
para esses
issue
hemocentros,
daily reports
dizendo
to
como
these
seria a melhor
hemocenters saying
distribuição
what would be the
possível
best
entre eles.
distribution
Aqui
possible
a gente tem
among them.
algumas telas do
Here
nosso
we
sistema,
have some
onde a
screens that
gente tem
people
aí,
use in our system
que, por
where
exemplo, nesse de oferta, a gente
in
leva em
this
consideração a
supply,
data de
we also take
validade.
into
Então,
consideration
se um
the
gestor de
expiration
sangue
date.
tem
So if
produto
the
que vai
blood
durar
manager
10
has a
dias
product that will
e
last
outro
for
que
10
vai durar
days
2,
and
eu vou dar
another that will last
prioridade para
2,
esse que
I
dura
will
2 dias para
prioritize to
ser
the use
negociado,
of
porque ele tem
2
uma
days
janela menor
because
de tempo
it
para
has a lower
descarte.
window of
Da mesma forma, na nossa
to be
tela de
discarded.
demanda, a gente leva em consideração a
In the
autonomia do
demand,
estoque. Eu
we
tenho que
have
atender
the autonomy
primeiro
of the
aqueles
stock. So
hemocentros
I
que
want to
estão
see the
críticos,
hemocenters that are
né,
in
que estão
critical
com
states,
urgência, que já
that
estão
have
com cirurgias
urgencies, that have
eletivas
surgeries
marcadas, do que um,
scheduled,
por exemplo, que está precisando só
because
para repor
then
os
one
estoques.
only needs to
E a
replace
gente
their
gera
stocks.
conjuntos de
And we generate
negociações
a
onde a
set
gente
of
acompanha, por
negotiations
exemplo,
where we
se aquela transação está pendente, está
see
em
if that
rota, foi
transaction is
concluído, para
pending, if it's
onde
en route, if it
moveu
has been
aí essa
concluded,
bolsa de sangue.
where
A
this
nossa
blood
ideia é
bag came
escalar,
from.
né, por todo
Our
o
idea is to
Brasil.
scale it
A
up
gente quer
to the
não
whole
só
country.
trabalhar
We
em
want
redes
not only to
estaduais, mas
work
eu, por
in
exemplo, como
state lines, for
doadora,
example,
eu
as a
ficaria
donor
triste em
myself,
saber que
I
meu
would be
sangue
really
foi
sad to know
descartado,
that my blood
mas ele
was
poderia ter
discarded,
sido
that
usado
it could have been
em
used
Salvador, em São
to
Paulo, no Rio
save
Grande do Sul, não
someone in
importa.
São Paulo or
Então,
Rio
a
Grande do
ideia é a
Sul,
gente
doesn't
levar
matter.
ele também
The
para outros
idea is
estados
to
da
take it
federação.
to other
E o
states in
nosso
our
impacto está
federation too.
relacionado
And
aí
our
ao
impact is
aumento do
regards
atendimento e
to
cuidado da
the increase
população,
of the care
a
of the
redução de
healthcare and
custos de
population,
novas
the
coletas que não
reduction
são
of
necessárias porque elas
costs of
podem agir
new
de
collections that are
compartilhamento,
unnecessary
redução
because
do
they
lixo
could be shared,
infecto-contaminante que
the
atualmente é
reduction of
incinerado
contaminant waste,
e
as well,
ajudando a
and
realizar procedimentos e
helping
cirurgias
perform
no momento
surgeries
adequado.
and
Nosso modelo de
procedures in
negócio
the
é
adequate
com
model.
centros
Our
públicos,
business model has to do with
governamentais
public
e com
blood
serviços
banks
de
as well as
hemoterapia privada
private
também,
chemotherapy
representando um mercado aí de
services. We
2.175
have
serviços de
a market of
hemoterapia no Brasil. Esse
2,175
é
services
pouco da
of
nossa jornada. A
chemotherapy. This is a
gente
little bit of our journey.
iniciou aí no
We,
BNDES
in
Garagem,
the BNDES
a gente ganhou o
garaging, we
primeiro
started
aporte do
there. We got
governo
the
no
first
Centelha, a gente
contribution
ganhou
from
alguns
the
prêmios aí
government.
durante a
Then
jornada,
we got
prêmio
some
Otimista
awards
de
during our
Inovação,
journey
prêmio Mulher
for the
ArcelorMittal, que
innovation,
premia
the
iniciativas que são
ArcelorMittal
chefiadas por mulheres.
prize that
A gente foi
are
finalista aí da
led by
ITP Data
women,
Foundation
the
esse
prize
ano,
that gives
campeã do
awards
prêmio
to
Impactos
initiatives
Positivos.
led by women as well as other
Atualmente a gente
prizes.
tem
And
essa
today
que é a nossa
we also
rede de
have
configuração, a
this
primeira, onde a gente fez em
configuration
6
that this was the
estados,
first
6
we
cidades do estado
started
do
in
Ceará.
six
E só para
cities in
vocês
the
terem
state of
noção,
Ceará.
na crise climática do Rio Grande
In
do
the
Sul,
climate
nas
crisis that
enchentes,
there was in
o
Rio
Ceará
Grande do
mandou
Sul,
900
Ceará
bolsas de
sent
avião
900
para o
bags
Rio
of
Grande do
blood
Sul.
to
Em
Rio Grande do do Sul by plane. The 6 Hemo centers, we are able to do 900 shares in sharing. So we solved the whole problem of the Rio Grande do Sul with monthly costs of enabling many surgeries. This is our team of researchers that decided to break the barrier of university and bring our research to society. And this is Compartilha. Thank you very much for your attention.
Parabéns. Muito interessante, né? Agora é expandir isso para o Brasil inteiro. Parabéns
Great.
pela
Congratulations on
solução.
this
Bom, pessoal,
great
vou chamar
solution.
agora aqui O Isaac Barbieri de Oliveira
Now
Souza.
let me invite Isaac Barbieri
Muito obrigado, Isaac.
de Oliveira Souza.
Vou mostrar um pouco do projeto que ele está
Let's show you
encabeçando.
about the project he's leading.
Pessoal, bom dia. É muito prazer.
morning, everyone.
E muito
Great
obrigado,
pleasure to
Luciano
be
e Isa,
here.
pelo
Thank you,
convite. Fico
Luciano e
muito feliz de
Isa,
estar aqui. Adoro o Rio de
for
Janeiro,
the
inclusive.
invitation. I love Rio de Janeiro. Very happy to be
E
here.
vou contar um pouquinho para vocês da
And
Leme.
I'm going to tell you about
Primeiro de
Alemi.
tudo, eu
Well, first of all,
queria falar
I wanted to
um
tell
pouquinho
you
mais do que já
a
é
little bit
sabido, né?
about
Que é o
what's
tamanho do
known,
problema
which is
que
the
é a
size
desigualdade
of
na
the
educação pública
problem in
brasileira.
the
Então, esse
inequality
aqui é um
in
gráfico que
Brazilian education.
exemplifica
This is a graph
pegando a
that
diferença
exemplifies
de
the
aprendizado em
difference
matemática
in
de um aluno
math
branco de
learning
maior nível
for a
socioeconômico
white
para um aluno
student
preto
with
de
a
menor
higher
nível
socioeconomic
socioeconômico.
level
Essa
with a
diferença
black
chega a
student
ser
with
quase
lower
3 vezes
socioeconomic level. It's
na
almost
mesma
3
escola
times
pública.
the difference in the same public schools.
E a gente foi bem na prática entender o
And
que estava
we tried to
acontecendo e o que
understand
estava
what was
sendo
going
feito
on,
para resolver
what
esse
was
problema.
being done
A
to
gente
take care
passou
of this
30
problem.
dias dentro
We
de uma
spent
escola pública
30 days in a
municipal e
municipal
chegamos a
public
visitar
school,
mais de 40
and we
municípios
visited
do interior
over
de São
40
Paulo.
municipalities in the
E o que a
countryside
gente
of the
viu
state
é
of
que
São Paulo.
muitas
And what we
vezes
saw
as
is that a
secretarias,
lot
as
of the times,
gestões
the
não
secretaries
reconheciam
and
que existia
the
problema de
management
desigualdade
didn't
racial, por exemplo.
recognize that there was a
Que existia o
racial issue,
racismo, que existia o
inequality,
preconceito. Isso
that
era
there was racism,
questionado pelas
racism
gestões.
and
As
prejudice,
educações
and
não
it was questioned
acompanhavam
by
os
the management.
indicadores de
The educations
desigualdade
did not
de maneira
follow up
contínua
on
e muito
the
muito
inequality
menos
indicators
preditiva.
continuously and
E
not
a
even
gente não via
predictively, of
ações
course. And
sistêmicas e
we didn't see
estruturadas para o
systematic
combate de
and
desigualdade
structured
nas redes
actions to
municipais.
combat the inequalities in
E
municipal networks.
muito mais hoje a
Now,
gente tem no governo federal políticas
today
públicas
we
que
have
visam
public
estimular
policies that
a
aim to
redução de
stimulate
desigualdades.
the
Então
reduction
existe
of
uma pressão em
inequalities.
todos os
So there is
municípios
a
executarem
pressure
essas políticas,
for the
mas a gente
municipalities
vê que
to
mais da metade
carry out these
dos
policies,
municípios
but
do Brasil não
more than half
conseguem
of the
receber
municipalities
esse recurso
cannot
federal.
receive the federal
E aí que
resources
entra a
for
Leme.
that, and that's where
A gente
Aleme
entra
comes
com
in. We come
tecnologia
in
e
with
suporte técnico
technology and
especializado
technical
para criar
support
jornadas
to create
pedagógicas para desenvolver
data-driven
esses indicadores
educational
críticos.
ways to
E
improve the
falando
critical
primeiro da
indicators.
tecnologia, a gente desenvolveu
Talking
uma
about technology
plataforma
first,
que ela
we
tem o
developed
objetivo
a
de
platform
monitorar,
that
ou
has the
seja,
objective of
quantificar a magnitude
monitoring
da
and
desigualdade no
quantifying the
município. Então, por exemplo,
magnitude
aqui tem
of
um mapa de
inequalities in
calor,
the municipalities. So here you can
mostrando
see a heat map
quais são as escolas
showing
mais vulneráveis
what are the
e
most
onde a
vulnerable
secretaria tem que
schools
focar
and
esforços
where the
para
secretariats
conseguir mexer
needs
esse
to
indicador,
focus
para diminuir a
efforts
desigualdade.
to reduce
E a gente colhe,
inequalities.
então, dados
We also
socioeconômicos de
gather
todos os alunos do
socioeconomical data
município,
from all the
classes
students in the
raciais, e cruza essa
municipality,
informação com
racial
pautas,
data,
com
and we
metas, com
cross-reference them
alfabetização, para
with
chegar nesses
the
indicadores.
several
E essa é a
educational
primeira
indicators
parte
to
da nossa
reach
jornada numa rede
conclusions.
municipal,
The
é
first part
implementar a
of our
plataforma
journey
Leme,
is the
e a
implementation of the
partir
Leme
desse
platform,
diagnóstico,
and from
a
that
gente consegue
diagnosis,
montar
we're
um
able
plano de
to
ação
bring
preciso do que o
together a
município
precise
precisa
action
fazer
plan
para
for the
cumprir
municipality of what they need
as
to
políticas
do to
públicas de
comply
redução de
with the public
desigualdade
policies
e
of
avançar nesses
inequality
indicadores, e a
reduction
partir
and
disso a gente consegue
improve these
monitorar
indicators. And we can start
trimestralmente
to
como
monitor
está indo a evolução.
how the
Dando um case para
things are evolving.
exemplificar, aqui no interior
Just to
de São
exemplify
Paulo, que
that
é o
in the
município de
countryside of
Nova
São
Europa,
Paulo, the
a gente
Nova Europa
identificou que ele deixou de
municipality, we
receber de
identified that they stopped
319
receiving
a
319 to
da conta de implementação no VAR.
585,000
É uma
from
perda
the
muito
VAR.
significativa para um município
This
que
is a
tem
very
menos de 20 mil
significant
habitantes.
loss for a
Quando a gente
municipality
chegou
with
no
less than
município,
20,000
a
inhabitants.
gestão
And when
falou
we
assim,
got there,
olha,
the
não
management
faz
said,
sentido a
look,
gente não ter
doesn't make
recebido
sense for us not to receive
essa
these
política. A gente trata todo mundo igual
benefits.
aqui.
We treat
Independente se
everyone
é preto,
equally
branco,
here, whether
pobre,
they're
rico,
white,
a gente
black,
trata igual.
poor,
Eles
rich,
não
it doesn't
reconheciam que
matter.
existia problema.
They didn't
E daí,
recognize
quando a
that there was
gente
a problem.
implementou a
But when we
plataforma, a
implemented the
gente viu que os
platform,
dados de
we
nota
saw
do
that the
próprio
data
município, que
for
existia uma
the
diferença de
marks, there was a
79% entre
79%
desempenho acadêmico dos
difference
alunos pretos e
between
dos
the
alunos
academic
brancos.
performance
A
from
gente
black
pegou
to
e
white students.
conseguiu
We were able
mapear o nível
to
socioeconômico
map out
e
the
dentro do
socioeconomical
mesmo nível
level, and
socioeconômico,
in
ou
the
seja,
same
pegando os
level of
alunos mais pobres,
socioeconomical, we
ainda
got the
assim tinha
poorer
uma
students.
diferença
There was still a
significativa
significant difference
racial. E
in
a
terms of
partir
race.
disso, com um problema
And
muito
from
bem
that, with a
descrito
very
e
well-described
analisado, a
problem and
secretaria
analyzed problem,
olhou e falou,
the
de fato,
secretariat
existe um
said,
problema, a gente
okay,
precisa fazer
there is a
algo.
problem
E
and we
junto com a
need to do
Secretaria da
something.
Educação, a gente conseguiu
Alongside with the
usar
education
o agente
secretariat,
serviço
we
para
were
melhorar a
able to
infraestrutura das
use
escolas mais
the
vulneráveis.
service order
A
to
gente
improve the
conseguiu
infrastructure of the more vulnerable schools, we were able to train people about racial literacy for the teachers and create reinforcement programs for the most vulnerable students that were staying lagging behind.
And what we are doing today, we're looking for partners to expand to more municipalities and do so that Brazil not only provide access to education, but to quality education for all without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Muito bom isso aí. Eu gosto de dados porque
Very good. I like data because gives us, it puzzles us. When you see reality, we understand it better. When it's put it right in front of us, and it's difficult to deny it.
Bom, agora gostaria de chamar aqui o
I'd
Paulo,
like to invite up to the stage
a Bárbara Alves,
Bárbara Alves and Carolina Bonini to represent Thiago Amparo, please,
para falar sobre
to talk about
adaptação
adapt
da cor,
climate adaptation
no
of
caso de Belém,
race analysis in São Paulo and Belém.
Oi, pessoal, bom dia.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Carolina. I'm researcher of racial justice and law in FGV São Paulo, and I'm here representing Thiago Amparo, who is the professor of the law school, and researchers Baba and Priscilla, who aren't able to be here today. We will talk about our project here. It's titled The Color of Climate Adaptation Analysis of the Case of Recife, São Paulo, and Medellín. We're talking about the Center for Racial Justice and Law. It's a center of research that was founded in FGV in 2020, and the idea of the center is to show how law and institutions and institutional actors have had a central role in how we reproduce racial inequality, such as what happens in public safety and climate change. One of the researches we do is about race and climate change. And within this research area, we try to analyze the impacts of climate change on the Black population, trying to understand the role of institutional actors in law and how we solve conflicts that deal with climate justice, and also analyze public policies for climate adaptation and try to understand if these public policies for climate adaptation that exist today, if they are committed to decreasing and mitigating climate racism. These are some of the maps that our research area produced. They show that in some of the regions in São Paulo, which is one of the main cities in Latin America, in some regions with high concentration of Black population, the housing are more vulnerable, the hydrological and geological risk due to climate change, they are also higher, and in some neighborhoods like Jardim Angela, for example, that has a high concentration of Black population, above average of the rest of the city, the risk of floods and landslides, they are much higher than in neighborhoods where there is a higher concentration of white population. And with this in mind, we are creating a project about climate adaptation and racism. The goal of our project is to understand how law instruments and practices and design and implementation of public policies for climate adaptation, how they contribute to perpetuate or to mitigate this climate vulnerability that is faced by the Black population in regions that are socially and economically more vulnerable. In order for us to evaluate this, we started to intend to elaborate case studies in the city of São Paulo, Recife, and Medellín, which were the cities that were selected for analysis for being mega cities and for being cities that have public policies for climate adaptation. Some cities have public policies only for mitigations of climate changes, but not for climate adaptation. Our main analysis techniques for these methodologies, there are analysis of documents, interviews with actors related to these public policies for climate adaptation, for design and implementation, and also the civil society that's active in this territories with population predominantly Black and vulnerably socioeconomically, so we can understand if these public policies for climate adaptation, if they're reaching this Black population, or if they haven't reached this population that suffers much more with the consequences of climate crisis when compared to white and economically privileged population. Our next steps, we think about how to structure some partnerships within FGV, with FGV Clima, which is one of the centers of the economy school, with the human rights that also have FGV in some departments, which we have in the Law School of São Paulo, and the Instituto Polis that deals with anti-racism, climate changes. We already had a partner with the research network at FGV, and we're also looking for potential investors so we can execute our research projects such as Ford Foundation, Google, and Open Society. We're available if you want to talk about the project or if you want to, finance us. That's it. Thank you.
Obrigado, parabéns.
Thank you very much.
Essa pesquisa, né?
It's very important research
Mais vulnerável lá em São
for a
Paulo.
more vulnerable population, especially in São Paulo.
Complexa aquela
We know that
quando chove muito, né?
this is it gets all very complex when it rains a lot, so we need to take a look at this data and help public policies as we can and help the government to take action.
Queria chamar agora a Cátia Oliveira.
I want to call up here Cátia Oliveira up to the stage.
Tá vindo ali. Para apresentar dois projetos aqui, na verdade, né, Cátia?
To present two projects.
Seja bem-vinda.
So, welcome.
Eu, na verdade, vou apresentar dois
Well,
projetos.
actually, I'm going to present two different projects which are
desenvolvidos na Fundação
being developed in Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, and they have as one of their main goals make efforts to create knowledge and create products and services for society from this created knowledge. So these projects are these proposals, they come from projects that were developed in the institution on trying to transfer knowledge.
Esse aqui eu já falei. Então,
This one I already talked about. So this first project is a project targeting the mobile urgent service. It's a software because nowadays we have SAMU, which is the mobile emergency service. But despite this policy having already been 20 years old, there is nothing yet, no information system that allows for us to monitor the patients that are being serviced and being transported, and especially see the final consequences for these patients. So the proposal is to create this software that will be able to create a better prognosis amongst the transported patients and allow for us to link with the information systems in order to understand the final result with these patients when they go to the hospital. And with that, generate a network, a mashup of information. And we've been talking about this, how important the qualified information is. So we try to generate a network of information for society that will also be able to understand how this performance worked out, which is the emergency mobile service. And as next steps, this project went through Innova in Fiocruz, the Innova Lab, which is a project that accelerates things within that institution. But we got to the stage 2 in TR2, and our intent now is to have a prototype of this technology tested in the real world. We already have a space to do this type of testing for the software and identify the effectiveness of the software to monitor the transported patients. We know how important it is, especially for certain situations that depend on the time, for example, heart attack or a stroke, how important it is to have a quick diagnosis and a quick service. And this software can be strategic in this sense. That's it. Thank you.
O próximo projeto
Well, the next project here
também software.
is also a software, but while the first one was targeted towards assistance, the second one is focused on promoting health. We have a high prevalence of physical inactivity in the Brazilian population, and the idea here, it was implemented a program which was the Academia da Saúde, which was Health Gym, was a program that was focused on promoting health, but this program was implemented by the Ministry of Health in 2011. We already 14 years since that time, and we still don't have a strategy to monitor these users of the program Academia da Saúde. So we did a study in Oswaldo Cruz to try to evaluate the effectiveness of this program, and one of the gaps was the necessity to have a software to follow up the users that are registered in this community program for physical activity. So we can better identify the results that are important, such as hypertension or diabetes, and many other results and comorbidities. And beyond that, we also noticed in the study that these community programs, they increase the level of socialization between people, but there is not a strong evidence basis for us to create robust data that might help us, in fact, to try to understand the effectiveness of this program. So the proposal is to have a software that will be able to follow up on these users and also monitor the clinical results from these users in the real world. And the information will allow us to not only better manage these users and patients, but also better manage the program as a whole and the primary care units where this problem is trying to be tackled. The idea then is to develop this software thinking about an entire graphical process, thinking about the design, thinking about how to implement it, and how we will support the software. But we also need to invest in the SAMU software, as well as this one, the Academia da Saúde, in order to accelerate the development of this technology, thinking about a prototype and also thinking about a pre-test and thinking about the conformity of the software when trying to service the necessities of the population. And with that, we have delivered this project to some institution in order to accelerate the financing of it and trying to implement this proposal. I leave here for you guys my contact, and that's it. Thank you.
Parabéns, Cato. Assim, muito interessante, né?
Congratulations. Very interesting when this will be working. I will monitor this as well. Congratulations.
Gostaria de chamar agora o
I'd like to invite up here to the stage
Cabim.
Flavia Iscabin.
Tá aí?
Is she here? Oh, she's over there. Okay.
Bem-vinda, Flávio.
Welcome, Flavia,
Sagui.
to talk about Sagui.
Mudança? Tá bom.
Is there a change? Okay.
Inovação, aqui tá pivotando direto.
We're changing all the time here.
Bom dia a todos e
Good
todas.
morning, everyone. We had a little change here. My name is Monica, Leticia, and together with me, we're presenting this project here that we have developed. It's a technology called Sagui. It's a system for following up unified and geo-reference information. We did this in the Center of Research and Innovation at FGV. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leticia. I'm presenting this here with Center for Human Rights and Companies that was founded in the FGV São Paulo in 2013. And it's an applied research center that's made up by a multidisciplinary team. And the goal is to create researches based on evidence in order to subsidize the creation of public policies as well as private policies try to remediate impacts and human rights abuses done by companies. We act in three main areas, so risk and impacts of apprenticeships and infrastructure in local communities, in parts of the value chain and trying to respect the environment and promoting decent work, and social environmental disasters, climate resilience, social environmental impacts, and exploration of minerals.
We know that throughout the last few years, there has been an increase in climate-based disasters, and recent extreme events are related with these impacts related to major corporations. So the droughts in the Amazon, for example, with the construction of the construction of hydroelectric plants, emission of methane, especially in the North region, we have communities in major vulnerability situations that depend on the use of natural resources to survive. And so we have seen that there's a record droughts for the last 2 years, and it's important to keep an eye on. And the project that we're presenting here today, this is the stage number 3. We've been working with the riverside communities that were displaced to forced and violent manner. There was they put fire into their houses, even though our colleagues said that this was from the last decade or something. This continues to happen. But they were displaced, and we have been doing geo-reference participatory movement because they're going to be replaced or brought back to their lands. So we developed an app that will be introduced now by Monica, which has the possibility to gather data offline because of the difficulty to find connections there. We built the focus together with these families, and we have a quick
software de análise, então já integrado. Assim que coleta, já vai para o nosso software de análise e começa a emitir smart reports. Acho que isso é importante porque vai fazer o acompanhamento.
This is interesting because we do the monitoring and follow-up of relocation.
Então, aqui, passando brevemente.
And here, very briefly, we have some of the things we have already published.
Que ele fica, então, como é já referenciado, a gente conseguiu fazer.
In the format as it's still referenced, we were able to follow up on the educational equipments, wherever they were allocated, where people used to live, and before to work on this baseline and understand what rights were impacted upon. And if you want to know more about it, you did this research report in regards to right to housing. And about the technology, what developed in the last few years was trying to seek the combination of traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge through this collaborative building of monitoring. And this app was decided was going to be together with the traditional people, and they're able to access this knowledge that is most important. For example, the proposal for the territory, and after that, the alert systems that we have been developing together with them in order to think about how can we do in an immediate way understand what the threats are to leaderships in these areas. When we're talking about, for example, the lack of water, which is something that's very common in your territory. And something that comes in these 3 stages here, so that allows us to identify the name of these families, the ages, the education necessities, what territories need to have schools in those places, matters related to health, necessity for medications as well, and understanding how to relocate them, where each family finds themselves within this process and dealing with how slow the stages are, each of the stages are, and also understanding the riverside community and understand how these families are doing with the remodelation of their territory after Belo Monte. So the next stage that we're already at, and we're looking for partners and investors, is where we're trying to implement, after this past few years of building this technology and implementing this in the territory, through a brief revision of the forms with them, develop and train riverside researchers that with them we are able to create this collect this data and monitor as well, allowing them first to build public policies based on evidence for a better rebuilding of this territory, allowing them for the monitoring, adaptive monitoring of these communities. So that's the synthesis, and that's what I like to bring here. This is our email over here, but we'll be up here available for any conversation you'd like to have. Thank you very much.
Mônica e Letícia, né? Não errei não, né?
Thank you, Monica and Leticia.
Parabéns aí pelo projeto, extremamente interessante também, né? A gente está monitorando.
Thank you for the project, being monitoring the regions, and also taking a look if what's being correct to do is being done. I'd like to invite up to the stage Débora Cinnamon Cligerma, who's going to represent Jaime de Oliveira.
Tá por aí? Tá ali. Seja bem-vindo.
Are you over there? Okay, welcome to the stage.
Aqui para frente, né? Isso. Bom dia, com enorme prazer, né?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure, and together with Professor Jaime, we lead this research group about greenhouse gases emissions in sewage treatment plants. This is our team. We have Professor William Zamboni from UF, we have Renato Ribeira from IFRJ, Alexandre Nelore from UFRJ, Bárbara Pereira from Fiocruz, Patricia, and Larissa Gomes. I act on the waterways department that beyond research and resources, we offer services for water treatment, water analysis, and sewage treatment. This team started in 2009 in my first postdoctorate, where we wanted to investigate in waterways treatment plants the production and emission of greenhouse gases, also in polluted rivers. Our research happens in different scale sizes, be it in a lab, be it in a real scale, where we verify each parameter of the waterways treatment, what contributes to this emission, be it to the nitrous oxide or methane. And we already studied this in the municipality of Rio de Janeiro and also in São Paulo. Recently, the waterways treatment plants, they have received the waste from landfills, which is much more concentrated. We see how heavy a burden it is in the emission of nitrous oxide and the methane as well. We already have many publications highlighting in 2016. We were invited for the panel for climate change, where we contribute. We were the only Brazilian group over there that research nitrous oxide and waterways treatment plants. So what's our current proposal? Today, every waterways company, it's mandatory to do an inventory on greenhouse gases emission. But this inventory is based on the transportation and energy consumption. But what is the real contribution of each wastewater treatment? This is what we're trying to investigate here. And how can we mitigate these emissions? And also, our idea is to measure in different types of resources, be it from lakes, polluted rivers, and also this matter when talking about landfills. The goal here then, we have a doctorate student that is measuring in one lake in Rio de Janeiro the emissions, both because they receive treated waterways or also non-treated waterways. And we decided to help different sanitation companies on their inventory, be it that nowadays 1 to 3% of the waterways gets to the water treatment plant. So there is a bigger amount of emission, and we want to adjust this treatment process to have fewer emissions and also measure this contribution of the waste that's much more concentrated in this waterways treatment plants, because this leachate went directly into the river, and now this treatment companies receive the leachate. And we had as partners, we still have the Federal Rural University, the Institute of Rio de Janeiro, UFI, and we wish to have as possible partners the water waste treatment companies. We already got funding from FINEP, FAPERJ, and FUNASA, and we wish now water waste treatments and ministries. Our next steps then is to measure. We have this doctorate student who's already measuring the lake of Jacarepaguá, and we also want to continue the measurements of this leachate receiving the production of nitrous oxide, and potential funding sources could be CNPq and FAPERJ. And how do we measure? We have gases tomography, but one of our ideas is to get this equipment, it's called Los Gatos, which measures then the production that happens in the liquid matter. Thank you.
Desejo sucesso, vai conseguir.
Well, I wish you all the success. You will be able to get this funding. Thank you.
Todos nós, né? Bom, pessoal, gostaria de chamar o palco agora a Luciana.
I'd like to invite up to the stage Luciana Araripe, who will talk a little bit about the dengue mosquito. Welcome, Luciana.
Quer ajuda?
Do you want help?
Vou ficar mais paradinha, mas... Qual que é para passar esse maior aqui, né?
Esse aqui.
Bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Eu sou Luciana Araripe.
I'm Luciana Araripe. I'm a researcher
de biologia molecular de insetos do
from
Instituto
Biomolecular Research of Bugs, and I'll be here talking a little bit to you today on my most current research. Now, in the Institute of Oswaldo Cruz at Fiocruz, our main focus is to study the characteristics of vector organisms, which are organisms that carry within their organism a pathogen, and they can transmit these pathogens that may cause diseases. Beyond the vectors, our focus is the study of the pathogens and the diseases as well. So I've been studying over the last few years the behavior of the Aedes aegypti mosquito, and we know that this is a mosquito that is a big problem for the public health because it's a vector of viruses that cause very severe diseases such as dengue, Zika virus, even yellow fever and chikungunya. And the Aedes aegypti, as well as other mosquitoes, we know that only the females like to feed off blood. Only the females consume blood in order to develop their eggs. Behavioral studies also have shown that Aedes aegypti is a mosquito that becomes very active during the day and the twilight, and at night they rest, which means that the female mosquitoes, they will be looking for a source of blood during this time of highest activity. So they'll be biting more during the day, they'll be trying to mate during this time as well, and laying their eggs during this period of time as well. And that over the last, let's say, 100 years, we have been observing an increase of urban lighting, be it in intensity, as well as in places where this illumination didn't exist before. I don't know if I can point here. You can see here on the lighter you can see here on the slide, you see a very big difference of artificial lighting that took place over 11 years in the municipality of Rio de Janeiro. These pictures were both taken from the International Space Station in an interval of 11 years, and it is estimated that this artificial lighting has been growing at around 2% a year, which is considered an environmental pollutant because it has very severe consequences for many organisms and in the health as well. In the Aedes aegypti, as it is more day organism, we have the hypothesis and even some evidence in the literature that this artificial urban lighting is causing the mosquito to become active for more hours. The female from the Aedes aegypti, they don't stop biting or laying their eggs when the night falls because we don't get night anymore in the urban centers. And with that, we have a potential for growth of this pathogen transmission, and we have a higher potential for complications in the health of the population. In the preliminary study, one of our master students, Lucas Oliveira de Alcântara, in one of these night pictures, he did an approach to try to estimate artificial lighting in different regions of Rio de Janeiro. And from these points, we also have the data from egg collection of the Secretariat of Health, and we drew circumferences around each of these 900 points of collection. And the circumferences, they allowed us to estimate the intensity of light and try to correlate that with the characteristics from the egg collections. The preliminary results we got from that, they say that when comparing in yellow here, the number of eggs from the circumferences and the points where we had more artificial lighting, the number of eggs in black here, where we have less artificial lighting, you can see that we have a very big difference. Many more eggs when we have urban lighting that's very intense. And from now on, we are intent on studying with field traps that are electronic, where we can control when they open and close these little traps, and try to build stations so we can understand the growth of this population, if really the artificial lighting is affecting the number of eggs, and in consequence, the growth of the mosquito population. We have a prototype already of these little traps. We already tested this prototype with results that were able to create some results that confirm what we're seeing in the experiment of the remote sensorial study. And from this prototype, we need to invest in order to build more traps and scale up this production and continue this study. The results from this study can contribute to public policies for urban lighting, and with that, we might be able to get more precise information about what this pollutant is causing and also the effect it might have in our health. That's it. Thank you very much. I'll leave you up here in my contacts well. Congratulations, Luciano.
Bom, vamos dar continuidade aqui. Interessante também esse estudo.
We'll continue our study here today. We don't have night anymore. That's what I learned here. We don't have night anymore. I'd like to invite up to the stage Luiz Max Carvalho to mention a little bit about the research he's been working on.
Bom dia. Meu nome é Luiz, eu sou professor.
My name is Luiz. I'm professor at the Applied Math School here at FGV. It's up here on the 5th floor. I invite you to invite us over there. And today I'll talk about the modeling of dengue. I'm going to link on the research that was just talked about. Well, we have a project called MOS Climate climate, which seeks to understand the incidence of dengue and other arboviruses in the context of climate change, integrating climate data, mosquito data, and this research is sponsored by the Econ Trust. It has three main packages. Three are very important for us. One of them is the egg counter, which is an automated platform to count eggs in the picture. You install an app, take a picture of the trap, and this will automatically count the eggs. It is a way for us to get quality data at very low cost. And the second package, which is the one I'm going to present here today, is the package that does evaluation of predictive models for dengue. This is a result of a cooperation that we have with the Ministry of Health. Here we interact very directly with the Ministry of Health. This is a project that involves people from Fiocruz, many colleagues from Fiocruz, and colleagues from Barcelona Supercomputing Center in Spain that give us this climate change data with very high resolution. And then what I'm showing here you in this picture, their predictive model for the number of dengue cases over time for 2 Brazilian states. And I brought this picture so you can see something very important, which is the heterogeneity of Brazil. Brazil is continental. We have many climate changes and biomes, and the behavior of dengue varies a lot between regions. So this is a challenge for us to develop models that can predict how dengue will behave in all these places. What we organized here, and then let me see if I can move on. What we organized in this first part of the project was a competition of predictive models. So we put together many groups that were interested in this matter. We created a platform that will make available the necessary data. So, for example, the number of dengue cases in municipalities per week, climate data in the same resolution, and we naturally incorporate the data from the Ponta-Ovos, bringing this data from the mosquitoes, and we created this platform that not only makes available this data, but once this people bring their forecasting models, they will organize these predictions and they put up a dashboard that can be directly used by the decision makers. And we also produced a technical report for the Ministry of Health with the results we got. Here it's something much more technical. Since I'm a math professor, I have to bring some more technical terms. And here we have some wishes for our ensemble models, how to combine these models. We don't want to replicate anything. We need to have to deal with the output the way it was brought to us. We want that the weights between the models are dynamic when we interpret them, because naturally things change. So one model might be predicting something well now, but later on, another model will predict better when, for example, come close to a higher number of cases. And we want something that's designed specifically for monitoring. We know that decision makers, people from ministry and health secretariats that we interact with, they have the very specific necessities. So, for example, if I make a forecast, what the decision maker will do is open a public calling in order to buy more supplies, for example, or try to hire more people. This has a time that needs to be respected. It's not about the mathematical modeling, but also trying to incorporate the specificities into the process on how we combine these models. This is a very nice result that we had, combining many different targets. So we were able to forecast very well the curve. We were able to see the high number of curves. We were able to predict for how long these cases were going to be higher. It's very important to understand how long this is going to go on for. So it's very important to make important decisions. So our invitation here is for you to bring your model here, explore our platform, and bring us your model so you can get into this competition, because we plan to do this every year in cooperation with the Ministry of Health. And this model, as I said before, it's already funded by the Wellcome Trust, but we want more partners to develop the technical part as well as finance the development of a platform to create forecasts for the entire country. We're trying to do this in the state level, but we know that decisions are made in the federal level and also a municipality level. So we'd like to have a scope, a technical scope, in order to do this in the municipality level. And for that, we need computers, we need people in order to develop the software. So that's that. Thank you very much, and my contact's over here.
Parabéns pelo trabalho, professor. E
Congratulations for your work,
vamos
Professor.
tentar também via CNI, a gente
We're going to try
para ver se a gente consegue juntar esses atores lá em
to
Brasília,
see
tá bom?
if we can make this
Bom,
connection for you.
Gostaria de chamar agora a
Now
Patrícia
I'd like
Leal
to
da
invite
Cunha,
Patrícia Leal da
tá aí,
Cunha.
tá ali,
Is she there?
para
There
falar
she is.
pouco sobre
To talk a
estudo
little
da
bit
paz.
about the study of peace.
Seja
Here we
bem-vindo.
go. Welcome.
Sentado ali. Eu vou ler uns dados. Acho que eu posso falar daqui. Consegue me escutar? Não.
Can you hear me?
Tem que ligar, né?
I think I prefer to talk
Tá,
to
tá
you
funcionando,
from here.
obrigada.
All right, it
Então,
works.
bom
That's
dia
fine.
a
Thank you.
todos.
Good morning,
Meu
everyone.
nome é Patrícia Cunha,
I'm
sou professora
Patrícia
do
Cunha,
TDS, Departamento de
professor of
Tecnologia e Data
TDS, the
Science, da
Technology and Data
IASP,
Science
FGV São
Department
Paulo. É um
at
prazer
the
estar
São
aqui com
Paulo.
vocês hoje.
It's
E
a pleasure
o
to be here with you.
projeto tem como
And
título Violência nas
the project
Escolas no
has
Brasil.
the title Violence in
Esse
Schools in Brazil.
projeto faz
This
parte
project is
do
a
Centro
part
de Estudos
of
FGV
the Center
Analytics,
of
que é
Studies
um
of
amplo
FGV
acordo de
Analytics, which
cooperação
is
entre
a
a
broad
Secretaria de
cooperation
Segurança
deal
Pública
between the
e a
Secretariat of
FGV.
Public Security as well as FGV.
É financiada pela FAPESP.
It's financed
O
by
diretor do centro é o
FAPESP.
professor
The
João
director
Becker,
of the
que está aqui
center is
presente,
Professor
nosso
João
estimado
Becker,
colega do
present here with
departamento.
us.
A professora Carla Marcolin,
Our
da
Professor
FAGEM de
Carla
Uberlândia,
Marcolin,
Federal de Uberlândia,
that's from
e
the
Gustavo
Federal
Rapaglieta,
University of
colega do
Uberlândia,
TDS.
and a colleague from
O
TDS as well,
principal objetivo
Gustavo.
do centro
The main
é criar uma
objective here
estrutura
is to
para
create a structure
acelerar
that
o uso de Big Data
accelerates the
e
use of
artificial
big
que
data and
auxilie
AI
a
to
tomada
help
de decisão
the
da
decision
segurança
making
pública.
of public security.
Bom, violência nas escolas é um fenômeno
Violence
complexo
in
que
schools is a
relaciona
complex
políticas
phenomenon
públicas,
that has
saúde,
public
desenvolvimento
policies,
social e
health,
educação.
social development,
A
and
questão é que
education
tem
elements.
grande
There
potencial de
is
impacto
a
a longo
huge
prazo,
potential
porque
of
isso
long-term
atinge a
impact because it
juventude,
hits
nossas
the
crianças e
youth of
adolescentes em
children
período escolar.
and teenagers
Então,
in
esse por si só já é
educational age.
fato relevante, né,
This is a
para
relevant
motivar
fact by
esse
itself
tipo de
to
iniciativa. Mas além disso,
take
eu
this
quero ler
type of
alguns
initiative,
dados.
but also I would like to look at
Relatório
some
do grupo
data
de
here,
trabalho
the
de
report of the working
peritos
group
sobre
of
violência nas
experts
escolas do
about
Ministério da Educação
violence in the
afirma
schools
que entre 2002 e
states that between
2023, o
2002 and
Brasil teve
2023,
36
Brazil
ataques
had
às escolas, com
36 attacks
164
at schools
vítimas,
with
sendo
attacks
49
at schools,
fatais e
lots of
115
fatal
feridos.
victims,
Então, a
and
discussão sobre o tema
115
deu
wounded.
origem a
So the
decreto
discussion
chamado
gave
número de
origin to
2006,
a
de abril
decree
desse ano,
of
que
April
instituiu o
this year,
SMAVE,
number
que é
2006,
Sistema Nacional de
is the
Monitoramento
national
e
system
Combate à Violência nas Escolas.
that
Então,
combats
isso
the
torna
violence at
mais
school. But
visível a importância do tema
the
de estudo.
importance of this topic is visible.
Bom,
Well,
esse projeto,
this project, excuse me,
amplo entendimento do assunto é
Not
muito importante para
the broad
promover
understanding of this
diálogo entre
topic is important to promote
pesquisadores
the
da área,
dialogue
né?
between
Principalmente
the
para criar
stakeholders, especially
ferramentas
to
de
create
coletas de dados
tools of data
padronizados.
gathering that are
Então, nesse sentido,
standardized.
nós desenvolvemos
And
framework,
that,
nós começamos
we
esse ano,
are
desenvolvemos inicialmente framework que
developing
define o
a
que é
framework
violência na
that
escola, que precisa ser
defines violence in schools,
uniforme entre
for us to
mundialmente
have a
no
uniform
Brasil,
definition during
e
dialogues,
que
as
temos o
well
intuito
as
que esse seja auxílio para futuras
being
pesquisas
a
nessa
help
área.
for
Então, esse
future
aqui é o
researchers in the
framework, não dá
area.
tempo de ler
So this
tudo,
is the
mas posso
framework that we
evidenciar
have.
alguns detalhes. Começa em school violence no meio, e nós
We
temos
start with
como
school violence
classificação
in the
a
middle, and we
violência
have
na
a
escola,
classification of
violência
violence in
contra a
schools,
escola,
against schools, which would be like, for example, graffiti, and violence perpetrated by the school, like teachers doing bullying and other things with students. The places where they take place, where all students, professors, and everybody and the community in general is involved, the kinds of violence that are available, physical, psychological, cybernetic, sexual, and so on, among which we have consequences, suicide, bringing guns to school, etc. And the first intervention is the director, the principal of the school that has to make the intervention. He can, for example, create safety fences, security cameras, circuits, and the intervention of the police only happens when the authority limit of the dean is surpassed. After that, we have data gathering and modeling, and the analysis of this data that predicts future actions. As a next step, what we want to do is to integrate the electronic registries that are available from schools and social media and everywhere to analyze and the use of analytics to try to identify standards and to define predictive models, and then cross these challenges of fragmented data with a unified framework. That is what I had to present. So thank you very much. I have another one, another project. So, following up on this, and then more breaks, please.
O segundo projeto que eu vou
the second project that I'm going to bring to you is about the disturbance of peace by non-authorized musical events. This project is also one of the FGV analytics initiatives, the same participants from the other project as well, with the same ideas. Not a coincidence at all. Now, we have Professor José Kubler and Laís Rosendo from the Logistics Directory in São Paulo. The objective is the same. I know that there are other projects that will be presented today of the same center. Well, what is the pancadão? Pancadão are defined, this is so important, these are the street parties that are unauthorized. We understand that pancadão is a cultural manifestation, but when it reveals high levels of noise, crowds, and frequently illicit activities like drug trafficking and the consumption of alcohol by minors, we define this as pancadão. And then, to explain why this phenomenon is so important to be studied, there are some data here. Just so you have an idea, from the Public Secretariat of Security, from 2019 to 2020, the number of calls talked about the disturbance of peace grew 220,000 from 220,000 to 374,000 approximately. So that's from March to July. And the problem is that this didn't reduce to the pre-pandemic levels. So with the increase of number of calls for the police, for the disturbance of peace or pancadão, and the reduction of number of police officers, this involves a lot of public security. Well, to try to deal with this topic, we also developed an analysis framework. I don't have a lot of time, so just mentioning out what's most important. Everything starts with the financiers and organizers, then there's facilitators, then we have the development, there's the target public, which are the participants of the events, and includes minors.
algumas consequências, poluição
Some
sonora,
consequences, like
por
disturbance of peace, a lot of
pública,
noise,
lixos e
and
detritos, uso de drogas,
a lot of
irregularidades de
waste, use of
trânsito,
drugs,
roubos
irregularities of
e
several
extravios
kinds,
e assaltos.
and robberies as well,
Quem são a comunidade
or
afetada são as
muggings.
pessoas que moram nas
The affected
vizinhanças,
people are the
obviamente,
residents
e
of the
comércio
neighborhoods
local. Então, eles
and
podem
the
entrar em contato com a
places,
polícia através de
so they can get in
aplicativos, ou
contact
contato
to the
direto com o
police
policial,
through apps
ou
or
via
have a
as
direct
ligações
contact
telefônicas, como eu disse,
through phone calls
quando o
for the
telefonista
emergency
atende, ele
services,
registra como C09,
which is
099
registered
ou
as
C01. Um é para
C09
perturbação
or
do silêncio
C01, which
e
is the
outro é relativo
disturbance of
estritamente ao
silence,
pancadão. São com esses dados
and
que a gente trabalha.
the other one is pancadão, which
Bom,
are the data that we have.
então,
Well,
e aí ocorre a intervenção, e como
then there is an
desenvolvimento, a gente tem
intervention,
inteligência e
and
analytics,
we have
modelagem
analytics and
e coleta
intelligence
de
and
dados,
modeling,
análise e as
data gathering,
recomendações que
analysis,
podem
and recommendations that
prevenir
might
futuros
stem
eventos,
from these
orientar a ação
prevention of
policial
future
e
events
sugerir
to
futuras
guide the
políticas
police
públicas.
action, which generates new
Bom,
public
como
policies.
next steps,
All right, as the
próximos
next
passos,
steps,
é o importante analisar who,
it's
when
important
e
to
where.
analyze who,
Com
where,
isso
and where.
analisado, é possível
Having analyzed that, it is
desenvolver
possible
estratégias, esse
to
é um
develop
grande objetivo,
strategies
que auxiliem na
to
tomada de
help
decisão
the
da
decision
segurança
making
pública, certo?
of public security.
Então, esse é meu
So
contato, e eu
that
gostaria de
was
agradecer
this is my
muito a
contact
oportunidade
information,
de estar
and I
divulgando o
wanted to thank
centro
the
e esses
opportunity
dois
to present
projetos,
the
e
two
gostaria de
projects of the
dizer que
center, and
como
also say
esses projetos
that
são
with
grandes,
these
não são trabalhados a poucas
large
mãos,
projects, they are
então
not
quem
worked
estiver
with very
interessado
few
nesses
people.
temas,
So if
por
you are
favor, entre em
interested
contato com a
in
gente.
these
Muito
researches,
obrigada.
please come in contact with us to participate. Thank you.
Obrigado, Patrícia. Parabéns. Parabéns pelo trabalho. O grupo aí.
Congratulations
professor
for your
tá aí
work.
também. Bom, gostaria agora de chamar o
Well,
Matheus de Castro.
now let me invite Mateus de
Vai
Castro.
representar aqui também
He
a
will
Paula, né, Almeida, para
represent
mostrar
Paula
pouco da questões da
to show
normativas da
a little
organização
bit
mundial da saúde.
of the norms of legislation and moderation. Thank you.
Bom dia,
Good morning.
meu nome é Matheus. Estou aqui para apresentar
I'm
o
Matheus.
trabalho conduzido pelo Centro de Pesquisas de Direito Global,
Trying to
referenciado pela
present
professora
a
Paula
work
Almeida. E o nosso
produced
estudo,
by Paula
que estamos
Almeida and
apresentando
our
aqui,
institution
é um estudo sobre a autoridade normativa da
is
OMS
about the
no Brasil.
normative authority of the WHO in Brazil.
O
So
Centro de Pesquisas de Direito
the
Global, também chamado de
CPDG,
Center for Global Law, é um hub de
Center for Global Law,
expertise de governança global
has the
e quer
expertise
estudar em
of
diferentes
global
áreas,
governance,
como litigation, regulation, climate change
studying
e human
litigation,
rights.
regulation, and
Essa
human
pesquisa
rights.
está conduzida na parte de global
This
regulation
research
e ela faz
is
parte de um estudo
part of a
financiado pela
study
rede de pesquisa,
funded
a qual
by the
agradecemos,
research
e quer
network
entender melhor qual é
that
o
wants to
impacto das normas
understand
da
what's the
OMS no
impact
Brasil.
of the WHO
Então,
norms in
a
Brazil.
partir disso,
Now,
desenvolvemos
from
dois tipos
this
de conceitos.
perspective, we developed
Primeiro,
two types of
gostaríamos de saber
concepts. First,
o que
we would
seria o
like to know
conceito de autoridade
what would be
normativa, que
the
seria
normative
referente
authority
à
context that
OMS,
would be
e para isso conduzimos
referring
estudos
to the
empíricos, principalmente
WHO, and
guiados
we
pela
did empirical
matemática,
studies for
utilizando como as normas são
the climate
implementadas,
group
tanto
of
pelo
how these
executivo,
norms
quanto
are
legislativo,
implemented
quanto
by the
judiciário.
legislative,
A partir
executive, and
disso,
judicial
nós
power.
descobrimos que
From
era
that, we
insuficiente
discovered
analisar
that
os
it
dados
was
apenas
efficient to
empiricamente.
update
Queríamos
the data
analisar
only
também esses
clinically.
dados de modo
We wanted to
empírico,
analyze
ou seja,
also
a partir disso, conduzimos
from
também
a
uma
different
pesquisa com
perspective.
outro tipo de
We
modelo matemático
conducted a
chamado
study with
NLP,
other
ou
mathematical
Natural Language
models called
Processing, para
natural
entender
language
melhor
processing
como
to try
são
to understand
a influência normativa
the
aferida
normative
dentro desses
influence,
poderes.
how to
Alguns
measure
dos
it
nossos
within the
achados
powers.
estão
Some of our
sumarizados aqui.
findings
Por
are
exemplo,
here.
podemos citar as
For example,
citações
we
mais
can mention
frequentes, os documentos,
most
as
frequent
normas,
mentions,
quais são os
documents,
atores
norms.
que mais
What are the
utilizam, por
players
exemplo,
that
no
use it
judiciário,
the
quais são os
most? For
juízes
example, in the
que mais utilizam,
judicial
quais são os
system,
ministros que mais
what are the
utilizam,
judges,
quais são os
who are the
atores do executivo e do legislativo
justices,
e o porquê que
and
a
what are the
norma da
players?
OMS
Who are the
é
players,
citada
and
ou
why
não.
are they mentioned
Então,
in the
na nossa
papers?
primeira etapa de metodologia,
In our
gostaríamos
first
de definir o que
methodology,
seria a
we would like to
autoridade
define
normativa. A
what is the
autoridade
normative
normativa foi
authority.
conduzida
Normative
num estudo
authority
guiado de 4
was
etapas.
in
A
a
primeira
guided
etapa
study
é
in
a
4 stages.
obtenção dos dados
In the first
matemáticos
stage
e a
is the
gente fez
obtention of mathematical
uma
data,
query em cima do site da
and
OMS
we
e
did a
criamos
carry
uma
with the
database. E a partir dessa
WHO and
database,
created a
criamos um
database, and from
regex
that
para extrair
we
dados
created
de
VHX.
processamento. esse processamento foi
to
conduzido em
extract
duas
processing
etapas.
data,
A
which was
primeira
dealt
etapa foi
with in two stages.
diferenciar
First
citações
was to
diretas e
differentiate
citações indiretas ao
direct
OMS.
and indirect
Em
mentions
seguida,
to the WHO,
também
and then
analisamos citações
we
precisas
also
e
analyzed
imprecisas
precise
ao
situations
OMS,
and
como, por
imprecise
exemplo, a
situations,
declaração à
like, for
pandemia, que é
example,
uma
the
declaração
pandemic
que não foi
declaration,
emitida em
which is a
caráter
declaration that
formal,
was not
apenas por uma
formal.
declaração
It was
em
just
meio a uma
a
conferência do
statement
diretor.
amid
Então,
a
a partir
conference of
dessas
the director. So
diferenciações,
from
conseguimos
these
conduzir
references, we were
etapas
able to
diferentes da
get
aplicação
different
e do impacto
data
da
from the
OMS
application and
no
impact
sistema
of
normativo
the
brasileiro.
WHO in the Brazilian normative
Só que
system.
isso não seria suficiente.
But this
A
wouldn't
gente
be enough.
analisou que
We analyzed
precisávamos
that
também
we also
descobrir
needed
de forma
to
implícita como a
discover
OMS era
implicitly
informada
how
de uma
the
decisão e era
WHO was
mencionada
informed of a
sobre ela.
decision, how it
Então,
was mentioned.
utilizamos o
And
NLP
so
como
we
sendo
used
uma
the
ferramenta
NLP
nova
as
e
a tool,
inovadora do campo do
an
direito, que
innovative tool,
não é tão aberto assim à matemática e
because
a
law,
estudos
the legal
empíricos.
system is not as
Então,
open
utilizamos
to
principalmente a técnica de
technology, but we
vetorização
used
para
for
compreender
the
similaridades entre
parameter
os
creation
textos
to
que
understand
conduziam a
what were the
uma
texts
possível
that
influência
had
da
a
autoridade normativa
possible
da
influence
OMS
from the
no,
WHO's normative
naquela
authority
decisão ou
in
determinado
a
ato.
decision or in a specific
Então,
action.
construímos em cima
So
desse
we built
desse
upon
arcabouço teórico
this
gráfico
theoretical
de
framework
graus de
a
influência. Esses
graphic
graus de
of
influência
influence.
determinam
This
como a
influence
OMS ela é
graphic
referenciada
determines
de
how WHO
diferentes
is
formas.
referenced in
Por
different
exemplo,
ways.
o grau
For
mais
example,
alto que a gente teria são as
the
citações diretas
highest
e
level
precisas
would
à
be
OMS.
just
Em
direct and
cada uma
precise
dessas
mentions.
etapas, a
In each
influência
of
da
these
OMS
stages,
ela é
the
reduzida.
influence of the
Porém,
WHO
os
is
dados
reduced. However,
evidenciam
the
que
data
cada vez mais
show
a
that
OMS
there's
tem
more and
poucas
more WHO
menções diretas e precisas e
has
mais
very few
menções implícitas e
interventions directly
imprecisas.
impresses. There's a lot of
Então,
implicit and
para
imprecise
concluir,
mentions, though.
os nossos próximos
Just to
passos
conclude, our
envolvem
next
diferentes
steps
tipos de análise
are
e, para
involving
isso,
different
também
types of
precisamos de
analyses
mais recursos e mais pesquisas. Como,
and
por
more
exemplo,
research. So, for
primeiro
example,
que a gente está desenvolvendo
firstly,
já é
the thing that we're developing
relatório
is
compilado com
already
todas as
a
informações
report
obtidas
with all of
pelo
the
executivo,
obtained
legislativo
information
e
by the
judiciário,
executive, the
focando
legislative, and
principalmente
judiciary,
na Natural Language
focusing
Processing,
on the
e a
natural
partir disso
language
queremos desenvolver
processing.
outros
And from
dois
that, we
tipos de
want
pesquisa.
to
Primeiro,
develop two types
a
of
aplicação
research.
da metodologia, que é replicável para outras instituições internacionais,
Fala comigo,
como, por exemplo, a OCDE,
like, for example,
e para isso
OECD,
pesquisamos também
that
outras
for that
instituições,
we
formadoras de
researched other
organizações, e
institutions
também uma análise
and also
comparativa, ou seja,
and
com outros
a
países,
comparative
principalmente na
analysis
América Latina, como a
with many
OMS
countries,
ou
especially in
outras
Latin America.
organizações são referenciadas
Other
por
organizations are
fatores
referenced
internos.
with internal
Então,
factors.
por isso,
So that was
gostaria de
what I had to
agradecer em
say.
nome da professora
Thank you very
Paula
much,
e obrigado a
Professor
todos.
Paula, and thank you very much.
Obrigado, Matheus. Parabéns.
Thank you,
pelo seu
Mateus, and
trabalho.
congratulations for your project.
Bom, vou chamar ao palco agora
Now,
a
let me invite to
Rafaela
the
Vieira
stage
Bruno
Rafaela
para
Vieira
falar um
Brum
pouco da
to talk
pesquisa
about her
também
research.
de Aedes aegypti, né?
Also for Aedes aegypti, the dengue mosquito vector.
Bom dia a todos. Meu nome é Rafaela Bruno,
Good
sou
morning.
pesquisadora
I'm
de saúde
Rafaela Bruno.
pública
I'm
pela
a
Fundação
researcher
Oswaldo Cruz.
of public health in
E
the
vamos voltar no
Oswaldo Cruz
tema Aedes
Foundation.
aegypti, porque
We're
ele é
going back to
dos
the
focos
Aedes aegypti
principais em
because
termos
it's
de
one of the
saúde
main
pública
focuses
hoje, né?
of public
Então,
health
a
threats
proposta que eu venho
today.
trazer
So
para
the
vocês
focus
é o
that
uso
I'm
de
bringing to
estratégias
you, the proposal, is
alternativas
to
para o
use
controle do
alternative
Aedes aegypti
strategies
usando alvos
for controlling
moleculares para isso.
Aedes
Bom,
aegypti.
então o Aedes aegypti hoje é
Aedes
considerada a
aegypti
espécie
is
mais
to date
letal
the
do
most
planeta,
lethal
né? Ele
species in the
tem
planet.
tem
It
esse
has
título porque
this
ele carrega
label
vírus
because
que
it
são
carries
bastante
viruses
importantes para a
that are
saúde
so
pública, como dengue,
important
zika e
to public health,
chikungunya.
like
E
dengue, Zika, and
recentemente,
chikungunya.
com
And
os
recently,
constantes eventos de mudança
with
climática, ele
constant
tem
climate
ultrapassado as
change,
fronteiras da
it has
região
crossed
tropical, onde ele
the tropical
normalmente se
borders
encontra, e tem
where it
avançado
was
para as
normally
regiões
found,
temperadas.
moving to
Somado
temperate
a isso, a
regions.
gente teve
With
recorde de casos de
that,
dengue
we
nesse
had a
ano,
record
então,
cases of
como há
dengue
muito
this
tempo a
year,
gente não via, a
so
gente teve um
we
número
haven't
muito
had
grande de
that in a
casos de
very long
dengue. E
time.
casos de dengue implicam em
And
duas
dengue
coisas:
cases
custo de
mean two
vidas e
things:
custo econômico. Uma
costs,
vez que
economic
os
costs and life
doentes
costs,
demandam do
because
SUS, isso tem implicações
this
no
has a
sistema de
lot of
saúde, uma
implications in the
sobrecarga no
public
sistema
health
de
systems.
saúde,
There's
ausência de
overloads
postos
the
de
system,
trabalho,
and
além do custo de vidas, né, que é
You know, obviously, we don't need to mention that, you know, it's the gravest cost of all the life costs, right? It's important for us to strengthen control strategies and to advance in innovative measures and try to find partners for it. What makes the mosquito being the excellent vector is the capacity to replicate the virus. And what we see in labs is that there is specific genes that allow the virus to enter the cell in the intestine of the mosquito. So I called DO1 and DO2. These are the genes. That's DOR1 and DOR2, sorry. And these genes are increased 40% when the mosquitoes are infected by dengue 1. So if you compare the level of expression of DOR1 and DOR2 in non-infected mosquitoes and infected mosquitoes, you're going to see an increase of the expression of this gene.
If we use genetic techniques to do the silent transient of this gene DOR1, for example, we can see that the expression of DOR2 is still very high and it still allows for the viruses to get into the cell. Would this be because we need to do a more efficient silencing, more permanent silencing then of these genes? That is very possible. So our goal is to build mutant mosquitoes for gene DOR1 through CRISPR's now methodology that would allow for us to understand this very important processes, not only about vectorial capabilities, but also mobilize molecules for alternative control measures. So our goal is to build this mutant, but the first one in Brazil to be built, to be made in Brazil, using this CRISPR-Cas9 methodology, not only for us to understand the connection between vectorial capability and other characteristics, but we'd also be able to study any other target molecules from the point we make this mutant mosquito. So we already have partnerships with university. We're currently looking for partners to finance and sponsor this structure and this platform to make these mutant mosquitoes, try to recruit professionals with expertise in the topic, because we need a very specific special training. We're already currently being sponsored by CNPq and FAPERJ, and we're looking for new partners for us in order to increase this production manufacturing scale. So I leave my contact here. I'm present here at the event if you want to talk and have your questions answered. Thank you. Congratulations. I wish you success. I'm going to call up here now to the stage Rafael Pinho. We have around 150 projects to show still. Thank you, Rafael. And me? Oh, sorry, did you guys change? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm here in behalf of my professor, Rafael Pinho. Due to health reasons, couldn't be here today. So our three projects will be presented here today. Will be presented by the responsible students. So welcome to the presentation of Oral Garden for monitoring smart urine for critical and post-operative care. My name is Omi Fonseca. I'm graduated in AI and I lead this project. The School of Applied Maths at FGV is very well known in Brazil as being the first one to offer a course for data science and AI, and it's internationally well known because of its publications and research in machine learning and data visualization and other themes as well. This school proposes to try to address some of the real problems and create practical applications, and our lab specifically tries to generate applications in the health sector and clinical applications through IoT and machine learning. And when we talk about hospital environments, we talk about ICUs and even home cares. The bags for urine collection, they're fundamental tools to understanding the renal functions of these patients. Up mean to 35% of the patients in these units. These bags allow for us to understand the indicators of kidney complications such as acute kidney injuries, that for recent post-operative, they take 10 times more frequently in the murder rate. So, but this treatment is very costly and it's up to families because these evaluations can't see the changes but are critical to the patient's situation. So we propose the OraGuardian. It's a very intelligent system for monitoring these urine bags. They're being developed for patients in continuous care or in the looking at the coloring and the volume of urine, we also have many other advantages, such as detecting the complications of the kidney, such as acute kidney urine injury, and many other easiness of accessing the collected data through clinical dashboards that are being personalized. The sensor the device uses many sensors that are clustered and use algorithms from machine learning to go beyond the traditional monitoring and be able to infer the amount of uric acid and glycose in the urine, which are both relevant for kidney monitoring. So the modular devices are built in 3D printed printers that allow for many more parts and also accommodate a bigger variety of bags without depending on specific bags and without violating the sterile environment of the bag. With that, the device is built with biodegradable plastic that can be also sterilized. The idea is that for them to be used in the hospitals, providing with a low-cost solution and providing a device in the Brazilian market of urology devices that's around $8 billion in 2026. Our research project was founded in 2022. It has accumulated some international publications that are very relevant, especially to aspects as posture analytics and also the nurse aid that utilizes thermal monitoring cameras that will respect the privacy of the patient in trying to infer the position and the breathing patterns and apnea of these patients. Now, we have some partnerships with hospitals here in Rio, such as Pedro Ernesto and Casa Hospital. But we're also looking for more partnerships, not only for intellectual capital, but also financial capital in order to finance these researchers. Now, we will have our first functional prototype, and we're looking for partners that are fundamental in order for us to have access to real data and quality data in order for our model to be more robust and more precise. And after that, we will develop machine learning devices that will use this data and the inputs from the constant monitoring done by the nursing teams in order to generate this value and detect this kidney complications before they come to cause consequences for the patients. And lastly, we intend to show this result, building a dashboard that can not only show the history of this patient, but can also generate these alerts for the medical team so we can aggregate value to the collected data. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. We're very excited with the impact that this can bring to the health of the Brazilians, but we're also interested in new partnerships for intellectual and financial capital that can aggregate to our proposal. Thank you.
Sofia Monteiro.
Let's continue our presentations here.
Good morning,
everyone. My name is Sofia Monteiro, and I'll be representing Rafael Pinho. So if you allow, I'm a student of AI and data science here in FGV, together with Almi. And our project is Ironclad Analytics. It's a data analysis platform for environmental conditions in civil military machinery. We already talked about EMAP, so I'm going to skip that. But I'd like you to think about a SEAL military environment, and that being amphibious vehicles, maybe submarines, war tanks, environments that are completely hostile when talking about temperature, completely up to variations of substances like alcohol and methane and high concentration of CO2, continuous movement. These are environments that are completely hostile, and People are always being exposed to this type of conditions when they use this equipment, but also the machinery is always being exposed to these conditions. Being in less critical environments when compared to military environments, such as people that work with heavy machinery, we already have noticeable changes, for example, trepidation. We have specific syndromes for the condition for this trepidation, for example, in the arm and the hands, that will cause partial paralysis, maybe numbing, and direct consequences of the continuous exposition to trepidation and vibration. So our idea is to work these challenges and matters in this context in the military environment, which most of the time is more precariously monitored. But other than monitoring the health of these operators, we want to monitor the machinery, because any little mistake and any variation in this type of conditions can point to a type of problem in the machinery that will cause a disaster, be it financial and also operational. Our research will hope that we'll be able to increase the safety level of these professionals, improve the operational effectiveness of the workers and the machinery. But on top of that, we also hope to get a real-time monitoring that will be able to prevent risks, because we'll be able, as I said, we'll be able to monitor smaller variations that aren't noticed usually by the human beings, but it will be done through our project. And with that, we hope to point out any need for preventive maintenance and prevent any type of bigger impact. And the data collection that we're doing will also be a part of the EPIs analysis that are being used nowadays. The personal equipment for protection are sometimes good for some level of temperature and the environment the person is in. So this is everything we can do to help in our project. The functioning of this project that I talked about, I talked a little about it, but it's the most important part. We try to integrate a system and an IoT platform for internet through many different sensors from all these experiments that we talked about, through micro controllers that can do the data collection in a physical environment. And through this data collection, we can use machine learning algorithms so we can predict these risks and also identify patterns and identification of any anomaly that might come up. Currently, we have some partnerships that are very important to us, especially in Captain Rafael Cruz and Professor Rafael Pinha as well, the captain of Brazilian Navy, who allows us to have a direct contact with these vehicles, but also has a very qualified expertise to talk about the daily condition in this type of machinery. We're looking, of course, for more intellectual partnerships so we can have a more robust composition of our development in this research, and also financial partnerships so we can fund all these advancements. We're trying to look for partnerships with this institute, colleges from the Ministry of Defense, but also for Pro-Defense, which is another program of the federal government that's focused on defense. Beyond that, we're also looking for many other partnerships, be them intellectual or financial. Now, we are in the process of finalizing this IoT system, so we're finalizing the integration of the sensors so we can turn viable this integration in the simulation and real vehicles, and from that, develop this data analysis. Our project is more than just monitoring. We want to make an intelligent management and active management of this and the safety of the monitoring of this machinery, but also from the people who work with this machinery. And from that, we want to improve safety and the availability and how we deal with the performance with this machinery. Thank you very much. I'm make myself available, but you can see our contact here and from my professor as well for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Obrigado, Sofia. Parabéns.
Thank you, Sofia. Congratulations. Now I invite up here Mateus to wrap up the three students who are going to present here for the professor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present the NeuroLearn project, which is a development based in EEG that seeks to improve the future of education here in Brazil. I'm Matheus Pinto, as was presented already, as introduced. I'm a graduate student of the Science Data course here in FGV, and I'm coordinating the project under the orientation of Professor Rafael Pinto. The applied math schools is very well known already by everyone. It's nationally well known and internationally. Our lab is a small team that deals with the development of proposals that might solve real problems in the educational field here in Brazil. We have clearly a deficit where the neurodivergent student ends up lagging behind when it comes to the classes and the different subjects. And what we're proposing here is trying to provide the students more concrete and concise data that might be able to substitute the current feedback where we have the entire school year go by, and in the end, they just ask the student how everything goes. We don't want that. What we really want is momentaneous updates based on numeric metrics that will be collected during the classes. Based on a data panel where the students will have access to all the students with information about the state of learning at that moment, how disquiet the student is and how uncomfortable the student is feeling. And with that, we want to include also the neurodivergent students, where we will study how we can help them to better understand and have a better cognitive participation during the classes.
Our control panel will be we'll have EEG devices, which will gather the data, and then later, we'll analyze based on machine learning if the students are really able to pay attention, learn or not, and we can detect where the students are looking at, the way they sit in the chair, where they're looking at, what are they paying attention to, etc. So we will have several students being monitored simultaneously, which will be able to compare divergent and neurotypical students. And we will deepen in this solution that we're proposing. In the next steps, I would like to mention that this year we developed all the devices which were tested in the team members themselves. For the start of next year, we're going to start to use them in classrooms. We hope to have great advancements and get new partnerships too. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be presenting here, and I hope that you have contact with us. It's really important to improve education here in Brazil. That's what I had to say. I'm at your disposal, Rafael Pinho. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matheus. Congratulations. You have to be a guinea pig too. You don't need to just develop. You got to use your own product. Let me invite Renata Maia to the stage now to show a more visual experiment. Come out of the technical field and go to the visual side. Renata, welcome.
Bom dia.
Good morning. Well, first, let me introduce myself. I'm Renata Maia, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here, bringing part of the work that I've been developing as a public health researcher in the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. Well, as a researcher, and as many researchers, we have a lot of responsibilities, among which I could mention some, like doing quality research, training, and building capacity of human resources that will act in research, teaching, and several areas of knowledge production. And what I bring to you here today is to communicate scientific knowledge in a more light and palatable way. So leaving aside the scientific jargon and communicating the knowledge produced in academia more accessibly. The advantage of saying things now, people have talked about Aedes aegypti and dengue, which is the focus of our studies that we developed in the lab. So I wanted to highlight that alongside the epidemiological data that was already presented with regards to the increase of the number of cases of dengue fever in the last year, we had 400% more cases with regards to last year. And these epidemiological data increases also the increase of death and the loss, direct loss, financial loss I'm talking about. It's not a loss, but, financial expenditures, let us say, with regards to treatment, medical appointments, and medication. They also bring an important economical loss with regards to the loss of capacity to work, as well as the production, the impact in the production chain. This data, beyond the epidemiological data themselves, bring a lot of information about the lack of knowledge. For example, I could ask you here, how do we work to control dengue and the mosquitoes? How do we? And everybody would know, okay, I can't let water accumulate in my yard. You would have several answers with regards to that. But there is another gap between knowing and doing. And it's in this gap that we want to work through the production of ludopedagogical materials, which could be used in several different environments. And when you think about the use of this material, we think about the social return that could be measured in short, medium, and long term. Short term, the idea is to publicize scientific knowledge and approximate academia from society. And also, midterm, we can think that they can work in changing the behavior of people, paying more attention to the water that accumulates in our houses to reproduce the mosquitoes, as well as a long term, we can think about the reduction of number of mosquitoes, which would result as a consequence in the reduction of cases. We created a comic book, and then you can ask, why comic book? Well, this is an easy material to access. It pleases people from different ages. And our comic book has some differentials, like attractive visuals, vibrant colors, and an easy to understand language without relinquishing scientific excellence with images that are very close to reality. We try to remove from this material sort of caricatures, images about the mosquito, and trying to bring more realistic imagery. This material also connects to complementary materials like video classes produced by other researchers in our institute, as well as field crews, and we bring as protagonists teenagers that believe in the protection, in the potential of these teenagers as disseminators of scientific knowledge. Our objectives are to increase our capacity to disseminate information about the mosquito and new epidemic controls. We have as main targets for the use of the resources schools, healthcare clinics, community agents, municipal secretariats, etc., and obviously to reach people's homes. Once again, understanding that this is the main focus where mosquitoes reproduce and are. Connecting to what I've learned in these couple of days in this FGV Symposium, what do we have? We have a
Nós
script.
temos o designer, nós
We
temos
have
uma
the
primeira
designer,
tiragem
we have the
com
first
500 cópias.
book with 500
E o que
copies.
nós precisamos?
And what we
E aí
need
eu vou
now,
linkar de fato com a fala
I'm
ontem
going to connect with
do
what was
Dr.
said
Eugênio
yesterday of
Garcia,
Dr.
que
Eugenio
trouxe pra
Garcia, who
gente
brought
esse
to us
quádruplo da inovação.
the
Nós somos
quadruple
uma
helix of
instituição
innovation.
pública
We are a
que
public
dialoga,
institution
né, onde nós
that
produzimos conhecimento acadêmico.
dialogues and produces
Nosso
academic knowledge.
trabalho é um trabalho de
Our
tecnologia
work
social
is
para dialogar
social
com a sociedade, e nós
technology to
estamos
bring to
buscando
society, and we're trying to find
parceiro privado que possa nos
private
ajudar.
partners that can help
Uma nova tiragem,
to
né,
create new
financiar
copies of
uma
this
nova tiragem que a gente
comic
possa
books.
distribuir em
Maybe we
escolas,
can
né, em todos
distribute
aqueles
it in
locais alvos que eu
schools and
coloquei
so many
anteriormente,
other places that I mentioned,
em eventos institucionais.
institutional
A gente gostaria
events.
muito de fazer uma
We would also
segunda
like to create
história,
a second story
dialogando com outros públicos,
with
com outros
other
ambientes.
publics, other
Essa nossa
environments.
primeira história, ela
This
acontece
first
num
story
prédio,
happens
e
in
a
a
gente
building,
gostaria de fazer
and
uma
we would
segunda
like
dialogando com
to create a
outros
second one in a
locais.
different
E
environment.
ainda a gente precisa de
And we
apoio
also need
para
support
distribuição e disseminação,
to
não só do
distribute
conhecimento,
and
mas também do
disseminate
nosso
not only
material.
knowledge, but also the
Bom,
material.
com isso, eu
And
encerro a
with
minha
that, I
apresentação. Eu
close
coloco
my
aqui
presentation.
não tem, né? Eu coloco aqui o QR Code que vai
Here is a
direcionar
QR code that will
vocês
direct
para a
you
nossa história em
to
quadrinhos. Eu também
our
trouxe alguns
comic book, and
exemplares,
also
caso
brought
alguém tenha
some copies
interesse.
if you are
Aqui estão os meus
interested.
contatos. Eu
This is my
agradeço pela
contact
atenção.
information, and thank
Bom
you very much
dia.
for your attention. Good morning.
Eu tô pedindo aqui, eu quero ver também aqui.
I want my
Parabéns
copy,
aí,
okay?
Pessoal,
Thank
vamos
you, thank you.
ajudar, né?
All right,
Tem que
folks, let's help.
divulgar
We
essa
need to help
comunicação mais
publicize
fácil,
this
né?
communication, this easier communication of science.
Tá certo,
Great.
combinado.
It's a deal.
Bom, pessoal, eu queria chamar agora a
Folks, let me
Tainá
invite now
Simões
Ina
aqui pro
Simões
palco para falar um pouco
to talk about
do Observatório das Mulheres na
the
Política. Então,
Observatory of
seja
Women in
bem-vinda,
Politics.
Tainá.
Welcome, Taina. Thank you.
Olá, pessoal, bom dia.
Hello, good morning,
Então,
everybody.
sou a professora Tainá Salles,
I'm Professor
professora
Taina
aqui da FGV
Salles.
Direito
I'm a
Rio,
professor at
e eu
FGV Law Rio,
grupo
and
de
I
pesquisa e de
coordinate
extensão,
a
que é o Observatório
group
das
of
Mulheres na
research, which
Política.
is the Observatory of
Começou
Women in
com um field
Politics,
project,
which
né,
started as a
projeto de
field
extensão,
project
na FGV Direito Rio,
at
e
FGV
a
Law
partir desse
School.
ano
And
também
from that year
abrimos
onwards,
projeto de
we also
pesquisa.
started a
Temos
research
uma
project.
bolsista de
We
pesquisa
have one
do CNPq,
fellow from
e a gente
CNPq,
busca
and we're trying
estudar
to study
a desigualdade de gênero,
the
reflexo, na verdade,
gender
da
inequalities
desigualdade de
or the
gênero, da divisão
reflexes
sexual do
of
trabalho
the
na esfera
sexual division of
privada,
work in the private
também nos
sector
espaços públicos,
and
né, de que
also in the
modo as
public
relações
spaces.
da divisão sexual do trabalho,
How the
sobretudo
gender
em postos de
division of
liderança,
works,
se
especially for
reflete
leadership
na
positions, is
subrepresentação
reflected
feminina na política
in the
e
underrepresentation of women in politics
nos cargos
and
ocupados
in
por
the
mulheres
positions occupied by
na
women
política depois que
in
elas são
the
eleitas, né?
politics
Então,
after they are elected.
o nosso observatório, né, como eu
Our
falei, ele é
observatory
desenvolvido aqui na FGV
is
Direito Rio,
developed here at FGV Law Rio,
busca fazer essa
and it tries
análise
to create
histórica,
an historical
estrutural
analysis and a structural
das razões
analysis
que levam
of the
à
reasons that
subrepresentação e
lead
ao
to the
direcionamento
underrepresentation and to the direction
das
of
demandas, dos cargos
the
que mulheres
demands and
ocupam na
positions that
esfera
women
política, na esfera
occupy
pública de um
in
modo
the
geral,
public
né? Só
and
para vocês
political
terem uma
spheres.
ideia,
Just so you have an idea,
por exemplo,
for
nessas
example,
últimas eleições, apenas 12%,
in these
13%
few
das
list
mulheres foram
elections,
eleitas
only
para
13%
cargos
of
de
women were
prefeitas.
elected
Se
for
a gente
mayors.
pegar
If we
para
get
cargos de governo
for
de estado,
state
um
government,
número ainda inferior, de
it's even
7%.
lower,
Se a gente pegar
7%.
de
If we get
88
from
para
88
2022, as
to
últimas eleições
2022, the last
estaduais,
state
apenas
elections,
3%
only
dos cargos de
3%
governos
of the
estaduais de
government,
governadores.
state
De 88 para
governments
2022, apenas
went
3%
only
foram
3%
ocupados
for
por
women
mulheres, né, ao longo da história. Então,
throughout history. And so
o nosso grupo busca
we're trying
discutir esses
to
dados, é uma
discuss this
pesquisa
data. This is a
quantitativa, e a ideia
qualitative
é
research.
expandir essa pesquisa para a
And
América
then the idea is
Latina,
to
né?
expand
Então,
this to Latin America.
a gente já fez a pesquisa
We
nos
have
anos de
already
2022 e
done the research in
2023,
2022, sorry,
não só no
23,
Brasil, né?
in
Análise do
Brazil,
poder legislativo e executivo,
analyzing the
federal,
executive and
analisamos também a
legislative federal
ocupação
powers,
dos cargos
as
que
well as
deputados e
the
senadores
occupancy that
exercem dentro das
congresswomen and
comissões
female senators have in their
da Câmara dos
permanent
Deputados
commissions
e do
of
Senado
the
Federal.
Senate and
Realizamos
the
já
House
pesquisas com
of Commons.
entrevistas com
We have
vereadores, deputados estaduais sobre
interviews with
obstáculos, né,
women that
as
are in
razões
politics about the obstacles and the reasons of the political violence that they receive. And also the idea now is to expand this research to Latin America because of historical convergences, as well as cultural convergences that exist in Brazil and Latin America. Sorry. As for next steps, we're trying to analyze the data of the political positions held by women in Latin American countries. We're talking about 20 countries, so this is an extensive research to try to analyze in the executive and legislative power, especially from the democratization processes of 88 till now. This is an extensive research, and we're trying to find funding and help. And we count on 18 volunteer students and one student with a scholarship, but we want to expand because this research is very robust. It's trying to analyze data from the 80s to here in the democratization countries. It's 20 countries in the executive and legislative power, so it's a lot of specific circumstances for each country, the structure of the governmental system, the way that they govern. We're trying to find the experiences of affirmative actions, like specific policies to guarantee at least a minimum occupation rate for women in Brazil and Latin America. We're trying to find only with the research to try to find the reasons and the possible conditions for improvements. We could only hope to change this scenario, because democracy needs to include diversity from people of several different social conditions, because this will reflect in the way that laws and public policies will be designed in Brazil and Latin America. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Tainá. Thank you, Professor. Now I'd like to invite up to the stage Julia Santos Drummond, representing Professor Thiago, to talk a little bit about justice maps. Welcome to the stage.
Oi, pessoal, bom dia. Tudo bem?
Good morning, everyone.
Meu nome é Júlia Drummond.
My name is Julia Drummond, and I'm here with my colleague André Gerardi, and us, together with Professor Thiago Amparo, are the coordinators of the project Injustice Maps, which is done by the Center of Racial Justice of FGV São Paulo.
O centro, ele já foi apresentado hoje, mas
The center that has been presented earlier, but it's been a while. The Center of Racial Justice has as its main goal reflect on how the law is a central part in reproducing racial inequalities in Brazil. So we do this through research of the police actions, law reforms, and also electoral laws, and how the resources are distributed to Black people. But even with this variety of topics, our main worry at the center is the safety of the Black population. And currently, we're dedicating ourselves in trying to understand in what way the judicial system answers to cases of injustice, racial injustice. Some of our research, we talked about the challenges of the state for the lethality of young Black people, and also public safety of the population, and how the judiciary system responds to individual and institutional racial violence episodes. You can check here on the QR code our research reports. We also have a podcast based on this first research here. And what we already know through our own research and the specialized literature is that the responsibility for the state agents in case of the death of Black people, this is the exception. And not only the police is part of this bottleneck when talking about responsibility, but we also evaluating the role of the public prosecutor's office and the judiciary system in validating this policy. police narrative. And thinking about that, since February 2023, we have been working on the Injustice Maps project supported by Google.org. And the goal of the Injustice Map is to provide data on police lethality against Black population in the state of São Paulo. And this research involves extracting data or the database from the Secretariat of Public Defense and the judicial system in São Paulo. This data will be available to the public through a homonymous platform which is called Injustice Maps, and our goal is to make visible the distribution of police lethality in the state of São Paulo, its connection of the distribution with police violence and urban infrastructure. We presume that police violence is not something only physical and lethal. It's always distributed in many other forms of violence, such as the urban equipment and the type of infrastructure that's made available for the Black population around the country. I'm going to yield the floor to André. He's going to talk about what methodological and technological innovations we're bringing through this project. Good morning, everyone. The main innovation that our work wants to bring is trying to convert many documents of big data from this courts and public safety into structured data. The great challenge is trying to unify these databases, because nowadays, if you compare the many studies and we analyze these different analytical versions, Brazil doesn't have a system that enables a follow-up on the flow of the criminal justice, the penal justice, talking about the decisions from the judge and the courts. So this technology allows us to follow the flow of penal justice in the state of São Paulo, and we convert this document through science data into databases that are unified, relational databases that allow us to generate graphs and also create visualizations for the population. This is an example of a map that we're creating for the state of São Paulo. Each little dot you have here in the map represents the death of a person. We analyze biased on a racial perspective, but we also consider the race of other people. And one of the new things we're bringing on this project is unification of this data that exists in many different institutions. So we're talking about civil police represented by the Secretariat of Public Safety. We also have the Public Prosecutor's Office of São Paulo and also the Judiciary of São Paulo. So unify all this information in order to create and feed our platform that is under development, and we will publish it. Basically in April, it will be made available for all researchers. As our next steps, we are available for future talks, but the methodologies that we develop and the technologies, they can be replicated for other states and for other researchers that use the same thematic of public security. We also have as potential sponsors Google, which already is one of our current sponsors, but also the research network at FGV, the FGV, the AAD, and also the British Academy. Thank you very much. Our contacts are up here, and we are available for talks as well. Congratulations. I'm very curious. So it's going to be published in April, okay, of next year. Thank you. And to wrap up this panel today, I'd like to invite Thiago de Melo Lima. I don't know if you guys are over here. Or someone to represent him. No? Well, since Thiago isn't here, I'd like to thank everyone that presented your startups and projects and solutions to us here today. Very interesting panel. I have many notes here, so maybe I can talk to you later. And I'd like to mention to you as well that you have a channel without CT&I, our Directorate for Innovation and Technology. We are open to conversations over in Brasilia, and one of the participants of this committee, and we help you to make these connections. We don't finance anything, but we help you to build all the articulation with the government and with other public institutions, also private ones. And you can count on us. You have an open channel anytime you like. we can have a conversation. And to finalize, I'd like everyone who presented here up to the stage so we can take a picture. So everyone who made presentations, come up here, please, so we can take a picture to wrap up the panel.
Mais uma vez, parabenizar todos e
Once
todas.
again, congratulations on the presentations. They are very interesting works from different fields of study, and I'm very proud to see what us as presidents are being able to develop. I'm gonna stay over there. You guys can group together.
Pessoal, aproveita o restinho do evento aí. Até mais.
Guys, enjoy the rest of the event. See you later.
Bom, gente, primeiro agradecer a todos os apresentadores aqui.
All the lecturers you gave here today. I'd like to thank Rodrigo, who was the mediator of this panel. The presentations were extremely interesting, and I know that everyone wants to talk to the people who presented us today. And I'll make an invitation to you then. We'll stop here for around 15 minutes for a very necessary and short break, and then we'll start the final panel here. After the closing panel, we'll have lunch, for which all of you are invited, and I invite you to talk with our presenters here during this lunch break. Lunch will be served at the foyer, and if you could, please a very short 15-minute break, and then we can come back to have our final panel and then have our conversation during the symposium lunch. Thank you very much.
do nosso
behind
intervalo de
schedule
apenas 15 minutos.
of our
E
15
nós vamos fazer
minutes
agora
break,
uma
and now we're going to make
inversão,
a swap
porque existe compromisso
because
do nosso presidente,
our
professor Carlos
president,
Ivan
Professor
Simas
Carlos Ivan
então ele
Simas
vai
Leal,
dar
has
suas
an
palavras
appointment, so
nesse
he will
momento.
give us
Professor Carlos Ivan, por favor,
his
as suas
words.
palavras sobre o
Professor,
simpósio. Muito
please,
obrigada.
your words about the symposium. Thank you.
Estou quase que desenvolvendo o dom da ubiquidade.
Almost developing the gift of ubiquity. If you don't know what it is, it's to be in two places at the same time.
Estou quase, mas ainda não consegui.
I'm almost there, but I haven't gotten quite there quite yet.
Pouquinho.
Because we're a little behind schedule. I have a meeting with people at 1:30. I asked to talk now. It's better because the auditorium is empty and nobody's going to pay attention to the things I will say. Let me tell you something. I had to come in and out several times. I saw it by video. I saw it in many different ways. And I have a perception for participating in all the seminars and in the pre-seminars that happened about 15 years, in 15 years that preceded us, that we're moving forward, we're making progress, but there are a few things that really...
Da Fundação Getulio Vargas,
from the perspective of the FGV, still need to be perfected. And secondly, from the general perspective, in the country, etc., in the interaction with other institutions, also need to perfect. One thing is that there is a certain confusion between research and innovation.
Você pode fazer pesquisa e não,
you can do research with should yield no innovation, or at least not an applied innovation. No problem at all.
Tem uma certa, digamos assim, certo
Let us say
ainda, que é meio
that there's still an irrational resistance against an innovation that is a local adaptation of an innovation that was performed elsewhere. This still exists, and we cannot have that. And I will explain to you why in a minute, not just for the obvious reasons that you have a much quicker return on invested capital, but also because, and this will save a lot of resources, but also for another reason, it's that because you already start with something that was tested and that you already know the limits of what you're going to try to adapt into. So that's the main point. And the main point that I think that was not well distinguished here is that there is a possible stereotypization of the kinds of innovation. There are innovations that are created on products, and then there are innovations that are created on processes. And you combine these two, or you mix these two. There is almost a continuum between processes and products. I can innovate with a new metal alloy, or I can innovate getting a process that I used to do, applying some AI into it and making it better, or have lower costs, or be faster, or something. And all of the combinations of this are possible. And we don't have a discussion. I apologize, I have to sit down. In Brazil, at least, of the strategy that should be adopted and chased in order to determine where investment should be applied. We don't have that at a country level. And in the case of the foundation, because we have a more higher orientation to processes, it's common that we focus on that. But still, it's natural for the foundation that it tries to discuss the balance between innovation, and I'm going to create a stereotype here just to work with the concepts, the innovation in products and innovation in process. What is the strategy, not only for us, but also for the country, because we're discussing the whole country here? This doesn't seem to be sufficiently clear. If you notice the startups that were presented today, they mix both things. One has innovation of products, more focused on products, but there are processes too, and there's a lot of focus on processes. And Brazil right now has a strategic advantage of process innovation, because these innovations require a lot less investment than the investment of products.
But in long term, we will not be able to develop ourselves if we only focus on improving processes. One of the lecturers earlier, that talking about the design furniture, he presented something of innovation and process and just barely touched upon the innovation and product when talking about how to fit the pieces of that furniture. That is one innovation in product, and the rest was innovation in processes. And if he's here, you can correct me later if I'm mistaken, because I believe there's more that goes into it, other than just what I'm saying. I lived through the following the last few years. I paid a visit to the industrial engineering department in Cambridge, and I learned two things over there that stayed with me. England, as all of you know, was where we had the first industrial revolution, and we had a domain over the industry for a long time. But around the 50s and the 60s, this industrial domain started to decline, and it was overcome within Europe itself by the Netherlands, by Germany, by a part of the French industry and north of the Italy. So its industry started losing some of its space. And what did Cambridge propose at the time? They said, well, let's try to marry services with the industry. And on top of that, try to study something that uses a lot of processes, which is services, and marry that with the industry, which means they want to study the product to understand how the characteristics of the products affected the processes. They were able to reposition themselves and recover their positions of competitiveness in relation to the German industry. And this was a fantastic achievement that very few people talk about nowadays, okay? And it created a big change in the British economy. Well, when I look at the processes, I learned something else as well. I'm talking about something that I learned. And what I learned is that there are some technologies that are commodities, such as Excel, which is a commodity, like Microsoft Teams. Oracle is another example of commodity. And other than these technologies, and I'm thinking a lot about IT lately, there are also others that don't deal with IT, but they're also commodities. These commodity technologies, they are absolutely necessary for you to get to know them, so you can, on top of them, build your own technology in your capacity. So you don't have to talk about your own technology. I use the term capacity. If you take into consideration that there is what we call today the short term, and tomorrow medium term, and day after tomorrow, which is the long term, you have to accept the fact that identify very well today's demand, and it's very rare for us to let pass us by what is the demands for today. At the midterm, I have a reasonably good perception of the demands, and when talking long term, I notice this becomes more cloudy, what I can notice, and this is a very big problem, because as time goes on, long term will become at one point a short term, and if I'm not prepared to niche this demand that I'll verify later on, I'll probably keep myself out of the market and I'll lose myself. So on the short term, I'm already prepared for this very niche demand. I'm on top of it. On the midterm, what am I going to do? I do what the Americans call backwards inductions. I take a look at what happened before. I have what I need to service. I have a perception of the demand. I look back and then I organize my tools, so as the time goes by and I get to the midterm, I realize and I'm able to service this demand. So all my trouble is still with the long term, because I realize very poorly what the demands will be. So what is the way for you to decrease risks? You go from today to tomorrow, from short to midterm, you will build tools that will enable you to build on top of this commodity technologies that sometimes the cost is much better for you to buy than to develop. And this commodity technology will be useful in order for you to create one type of tool. You have a perception of the day after tomorrow, the long term, but you need to use this perception in order to build the tools that you believe you are going to need. When the tomorrow becomes today and the day after tomorrow becomes tomorrow, and you already have a better perception of the demand, the tools are ready for you, and with them, you create solutions that will service the long term that continuously came up to you and then became the present. I don't know if this is very clear to everyone, but this is easier to do when you take on development projects of products and development of activities that are very robust and reasonably organized. I could, with the risk of scaring everyone, saying large scale, you need to have, as you have a PMO of the industry, you need to have a PMO of research. And this exists in the world. This doesn't exist very well in Brazil, but this happens all over the world. Some very few institutions in Brazil are starting to work on that. In the world, you do have PMO. You go, for example, to Bayern, you prefer to buy aspirin from Bayern or generic aspirin? What do you prefer to buy? Generic aspirin might cost 2 cents and Bayern's might cost 5 cents. I prefer to buy Bayern because Bayern is good, isn't that the slogan? But Bayern is good because it's been working on aspirin for over the last 9 years and because of all the anti-cancer medication they have. So so on. But the continuation of the research activity depends on a very determined type of organization that we still don't have here in Brazil. Until next year, if God allows, we'll probably have a little bit better structure within here, our university, the idea of research and PMO. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We'll do what the bad student usually does in school. We're going to go up to the institutions that have developed this well. We'll ask them for help and ask them to tell how they did what they did. And because they make themselves available. So innovation, we always think about the individual that's walking in the middle of the street. Maybe he went to take a shower and he had this idea. Maybe you think it's Archimedes and you had the eureka moment. These innovations are extremely rare, at least nowadays. Innovations, the more common type, the ones that are more consistent, they are usually incremental in nature, despite we are all being very attractive by the innovations that are very disruptive and the disruption they can cause, but they're usually of incremental nature and they have a very complex process of creation. The idea of complexity will have to gradually go into it. And how do you deal with that? Today, I'll give an example here. And you've probably noticed there is a very big conversation and debate surrounding artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence became this magical word. No one can say two things about it. They say artificial intelligence isn't intelligent. They are not aware. The intelligent isn't aware. And it's only 60 years old. It's not something new. What is new are the LLMs and the ability to apply softwares to create videos and draw things in a much easier way. But other than that, the idea is a very old idea. I'm not denying the importance of all this AI and softwares. They were able to decrease the time to make a video here for marketing in our courses in 84%. Which probably has an effect on the cost that might be similar. It's a very interesting innovation for those who want to save money. I'll make more videos, okay? But the main focus won't be here. It's going to be on how to understand what artificial intelligence depends on and how an institution, and of course here I'm thinking about Getulio Vargas Foundation, what these institutions have to do in order to have this process and obtain real successful results. Because some other day they were showing me the modern CRMs, like Salesforce, Dynamics, and all that. They use something called Hegel ruler, which is something for you to calibrate how you will approach the market. And the correct design of this ruler will allow you or not allow you to actually reach your intended market. And we were able here, through the use of Pilot or something like that, to simplify this project of building these rulers. Again, you can define an avatar to construct and build this ruler. And what is avatar going to do? You define its characteristics. It can be, for example, more aggressive, more technical. You define it whatever characteristics you want, and each of its definitions only mean that the bets they will make will be in a determined level of risk and within a determined variability of the results you can obtain. Once again, everybody's going to do that. Everybody will copy that. In the beginning, you have great innovations that will last very little, very short time because they'll be disseminated. That's okay too. You're just leaving the empire of commodity technology that you used. The real innovations will be built through a much more complex process. Innovation using artificial intelligence will depend first on the use of data. Data needs to have governance, and this governance needs to be clear. So processes are data. This needs to be extremely clear to everyone. Artificial intelligence, when I say the computer talks to me, I talk to him and he responds. All the data are in the computer. Someone else did the governance, and all of that can be duplicated. There's nothing that's proprietary. At second place, after you collect and organize your data, you should take a look at the relations between this data, and there are statistical processes that do this. But I always remember a case of a student that I had many years ago here, that he did a regression between the number of flights between Singapore and Macau and the number of oranges planted in Itaboraí. And they had an R of 1 or close to 1, and he told me, he said, "Professor, the orange plantations in Itaboraí depend on the flights between Singapore and Macau." And I said, and I thought to myself, oh my God, this is, I don't know what he's doing. But I told him, don't believe in this. This is not true.
Anyway, I told him not to believe in it. And this thing still has 1,000 subtleties to be developed. There's a lot of steps still to be taken. And the step number 3, I'm focusing only on AI, is the use of generative AI. You suppose that the distribution of variables have specific parameters, and you say, no, I want to introduce now more parameters. I'm going to increase the parameters. I'm going to do an immersion in the parameter space to allow it to work. And let's see what works out, what comes out of it. That's step 3. And the fourth step is the economic course, right? Engineers love. This is done to optimize results subject to the restrictions that exist. That's beautiful. It seems logical. Let's make it complicated now, because actually innovation has to come from this step number 4 and backtrack. That is the ideal innovation, because I would never make a mistake. But that is exactly the case of these tools. The step 4 is taken long term. I don't know what's the problem that I want to optimize still. I don't know what's the parameter that I want to create. I don't know what the problem is. And at the end of the day, I might be wondering, what's the data that I want to observe? How am I going to sort them out? And we come out of this simple arrangement of data, because I miss the times where data came from forms. You know, you had a form. And what's a form? It's a vector written by a lawyer. They ask a question, ask you to answer, there's a number, there's a word, there's something else, There are coordinates
vetor.
in there, right? It's a
Do ponto de
vector.
vista do computador, ele vai tratar como vetor.
The computer will deal with it
Tá
as a
tudo
vector.
organizado ali,
And
todo mundo
everything
segue
is
o mesmo
organized. Everybody follows the same
Mas
standards.
hoje em dia, eu
But
posso
nowadays,
estar querendo descobrir
I could
coisas
be
mais
trying to discover
sofisticadas que
more
não são
sophisticated
problemas que
things
não
that
são
aren't
expressáveis assim.
necessarily expressible
Tudo
in
isso
these
vai estar
parameters.
ligado
And all
à
of this will be
capacidade de desenvolver inovação.
deeply
Só que,
connected to the
novamente,
capacity to
se eu
innovate. But
não
then again,
tiver
if I don't
critério
have
para
criteria
controlar custos,
to control
controlar
cost,
prazo,
control
controlar
deadlines, and
resultado,
control results,
verificar quais
and
são
even
os
verify
subresultados
what
que
are
eu
the
arranjei no meio
sub-results
do
that came
caminho
out
e que
in the
não
middle
estava
of the
nem
way
pensando em
that I
procurar.
wasn't even considering to incorporate, but
Aqui na Fundação
could
Getúlio
be.
Vargas,
Here at the Getulio Vargas
em
Foundation,
20 anos,
in 20 years,
eu encontrei uma inovação, sabe aquela que você está andando
I
e dá
found
pontapé
one
nela e
innovation. You
desce
know
a
that one that
machucada?
you
Ninguém
hit
tinha
your foot against and
pensado,
it hurts your foot?
ninguém tinha
Nobody
visto
had
e ela
considered
passou a dar
something like
resultado.
that. And it
E é
started
bom a gente falar em número, que quantifica, de mais de
to
milhão
bring
de reais
a
por ano durante
1
vários
million
anos.
real a year
Mas foi negócio
result.
assim, foi realmente
That was
ninguém
something that we
pensou,
stumbled
todo
upon. Really,
mundo
literally, everybody
saiu
was like
andando. A
walking
inovação
around, but
absolutamente
an
besta.
absolutely stupid innovation.
Nós, num determinado
In
instante,
specific
para
moment in
garantir a
time,
qualidade
just to
acadêmica do
ensure
nosso
the
curso de
academic
educação
quality of
continuada,
the
passamos a fazer
continued education
livrinhos
course,
para
we
acompanhar
started
esses
creating
cursos.
booklets to keep up with
Muito
these
bem.
courses.
Dia nós descobrimos
And
que
one
o
day we
pessoal de
discovered that
universidades
people at
queriam
universities
comprar esses livros.
wanted to buy
Universidades
these
do
books
interior e etc.
from the countryside,
E passamos a
universities that are not
comercializar. Essa foi
mainstream,
a grande inovação.
started selling
Mas
them.
essa foi
And that was a
você
major
bater
innovation,
com o
right?
pé na
It's
coisa.
literally stumbling upon something and hurting yourself and then finding out, wow, this is good.
A verdadeira
You
inovação,
know, the
você
truth,
mira pouco
true
aqui e
innovation
espera que ela não
kind of,
saia muito
you aim
da
at a
zona do
direction
filtro que
and you
você ainda
hope that it
possa
doesn't move off
pegar o
target by a
alvo.
mile
Então,
as you're trying to find a
conceitos, eu não
solution
sei
to a
se eu
problem.
consegui
I don't know if I
deixar
was able to leave
claro
clear
para todos,
to all of
mas
you,
eles são
but these
terrivelmente
are
importantes.
terribly important
Vou repetir
concepts.
muito rapidamente.
Let me repeat quickly.
Primeiro,
First,
inovação. Qual é o foco
innovation.
da inovação? Tem
What is the
vários
focus
focos
of
possíveis.
innovation?
É esse. É
There are several
determinar se
possible
ela é para setor
to determine whether it is
produto,
for products,
produto mais físico, digamos,
a physical product,
se
let's
é
say,
para
or
o setor
if
de
it is
serviços. E
for
aí,
the
obviamente, tem
services.
todos os
And of course, there is
estereótipos que a nossa
all
língua
the
portuguesa
stereotypes that
polissêmica,
the
do jeito que ela é,
Portuguese
pode
language
permitir as
allows.
maiores confusões do mundo, se a gente quiser. Mas vamos simplificar. Produto,
But let's simplify.
processo.
Products or processes
Que equilíbrio. Segundo,
and a balance. Second,
como é que a gente tem a capacidade
how
de
do we get the
nichar a
capacity
demanda?
to
A melhor
niche
definição de
demand?
qualidade, por sinal,
The highest
não é
definition of
aquela
quality
que
is not
você
the one
dá
that you
dizendo,
are
não, qualidade é porque todo
saying,
mundo
okay,
gostou, todo
it's
mundo
because
tá
everybody
bonito. Não,
liked it, everybody
qualidade é a sua
loved it.
capacidade
No,
de
it's your
nichar a demanda
capacity
no curto, no médio e
to
no longo prazo.
niche
Aí
demand
você é
in short,
invencível.
mid, and long term. Then
Tá
you
certo?
really you'll be unbeatable.
Isso é difícil para burro.
That is
Então,
really difficult.
qual é a nossa capacidade de fazer um
What
processo,
is the capacity
de
that we have
desenvolver um processo
to
com as
develop a
inovações
process of innovation
que nicha a demanda?
that niches demand?
Essa é a segunda pergunta.
That's the question number two.
Terceira,
Third question.
já que eu estou querendo nichar no curto, no médio e no longo prazo,
Since I'm trying to do that,
como é que eu faço isso
how do
de
I do
jeito
it
mais barato? Como é
more
que eu
cheaply?
uso
Or how do I
tecnologia
use
de
technology from
como
other
insumo
parties
para poder
as resources
desenvolver
to be able
melhor
to
a
better
minha tecnologia?
develop
Melhor aí, quer dizer custo, quer dizer
my
eficiência, quer
technology
dizer tudo.
with cost sufficiency, with
Esses três
efficacy, and
pontos
efficiency.
são
These 3 points
essenciais.
are essential.
Nem toda tecnologia
Not all
visa
technology
você ganhar dinheiro e gerar
aims
resultado. Tem
to make money
tecnologias
and generate
que
results. There are
visam você
technologies
gerar
that aim
impacto social,
to
por
generate
exemplo.
social impact, for example.
Você sempre tem uma função
You
objetiva
always
que vai
have
querer
an objective
maximizar aquele
function
resultado.
that wants to maximize that result.
Esses conceitos aqui são os conceitos
These are the
importantes.
key concepts.
O último
And the last
detalhe que eu falei, que foi uma
detail that I mentioned,
exemplificação
which was
usando a
just
experiência
an example
de inteligência
using
artificial na
AI
formação,
experience
a
in the
inteligência
foundation,
artificial,
is that
ela
AI,
não, pelo menos por enquanto,
at least for the moment,
e provavelmente ainda demora algum
and
tempo,
it'll
ela não
probably take some time to
substitui
change, but it
o
does
ser humano
not
pensando, não
replace
substitui
human thinking
o bom senso.
and common sense.
Mas cada vez mais a gente vai
But
ter que fazer
we're going to have to
raciocínio
think gradually,
mais
at least,
cuidadoso.
more carefully.
Eu gosto de dar exemplo.
I like to bring
É
an example
exemplo de grande estatístico alemão,
from a
judeu alemão,
great
que
German,
durante a guerra foi se
Jewish
refugiar
German statisticist,
nos
which
Estados Unidos, chamado Abraham Wald.
was called
Wald
Abraham
inventou
Wald. He
uma parte
was a
da
refugee
estatística
in the
moderna,
United
talvez
States. He
alguns já tenham ouvido falar.
invented modern statistics.
Ele dia foi consultado
One day,
pela Força
he was
Aérea
consulted by the American Air Force
porque os
because
americanos já estavam na guerra,
Americans
estavam
were already
bombardeando a
involved in the
Alemanha,
war. They
todos
were
os
bombing
aviões que iam para a
Germany,
Alemanha
and all the planes that went there
alvo de ataques
were
por parte da
targets
artilharia de
of
defesa aérea alemã.
attack by the
E os alemães
anti-air
eram bons de
artillery,
mira, bons
and
de
they were
mira,
good shots.
e muito avião caía.
Many planes
E
were going
muitos
down as a
pilotos
result,
e
and
a
many
tripulação
pilots
morriam.
and the crew would die.
Então, o que fizeram os militares da
So
Força
what
Aérea
did the
Americana?
military
Pegaram os aviões
did? What did they do?
e
They got the planes
verificaram
and they
onde é que
checked
as balas tinham
where
atingido os aviões.
the
Os aviões que
bullets
voltavam.
had hit
E chegaram à
the
seguinte
returning
conclusão:
planes,
os
and they
aviões que
reached the following
voltavam,
conclusions
eles
that the
estavam com
planes
as
that came
asas
back had the
cheias de
wings
furo e pouco tiro no motor.
with very
Então, eles
full of,
foram pro
with a lot
Wald
of
e
holes,
disseram
and they didn't have any shots in the engine. And they said the
nós
following then:
queremos reforçar
we would like to
as
reinforce
asas
the
para evitar
wings
que os aviões caiam.
to avoid
E o Wald disse,
for the
"Tá
planes to
completamente
say,
errado."
Val said this
Por
wrong.
quê? Porque esses
Why?
são os aviões que voltaram.
Because these are the ones that returned.
Os que não voltaram
The
foram
ones
os
that
que foram
didn't
atingidos no
was the
motor.
one that were
E
hit
aí
in the
caíram.
engine and then went down.
E por causa disso,
Because of
os
that
americanos passaram a
conclusion,
reforçar os
they
motores e não
reinforced
as
the
asas.
engines and
Não
not the
podia
wings.
reforçar os dois porque tinha uma questão
They
de
couldn't
peso, estavam
reinforce
pesados
both
demais.
because it was too
Aí
heavy.
também os caças alemães pegavam
And
os
then
aviões
the
com toda
German
facilidade.
fighters would be very easy to pursue them and catch them.
Ou seja,
So
tudo que a gente começar a fazer
everything that we
usando
start
inteligência
doing
artificial,
using
querendo
AI
verificar,
and trying
a
to
gente tem
change
que
things,
prestar muita
we
atenção
always
a
need to
quais são
pay
as
close
hipóteses
attention to the
subjacentes.
underlying hypotheses.
As hipóteses subjacentes
The underlying
é o que
hypotheses
mata o negócio. É o erro
are
do
the
tipo
killer
2,
things. Is like mistake number 2.
para quem entende de estatística. O erro do tipo 2 que
The
mata
mistake
o negócio.
type 2 mistakes, which kill the
E eu
business.
cada vez mais, quando entro
And more
na
and
questão
more,
de bancos
every
de dados
time
que
I
não
go
têm
into
forma,
databases
chamado
that
bancos de dados
are
anamórficos, é o nome que eu gosto,
anamorphic,
ou NoSQL, é o nome que a
oh,
Microsoft
NoSQL,
gosta,
which is
etc.
the one that Microsoft likes
Você
to use,
tem esse problema.
is that you have that kind of
Na
problem.
classificação de textos,
In the text
que é
classification,
fundamental para poder se aplicar a inteligência artificial no mundo jurídico, você tem
which
uma
is
questão de
key
erro
to
do
use
tipo
in the
2.
legal system, you have an error, a type 2
E
error.
aí
And
você
then
começa
you start
tem um exemplo muito bom
having a very
das
important
fotografias
example
nas ruas de Londres.
of
Tem
the
20.000
pictures
câmeras
that
nas ruas tirando
in the
foto a
streets of
cada
London
10
taking
segundos.
pictures. There are 20,000 cameras taking
Você
pictures
faz
every
a seguinte
second.
pergunta: quantas
You ask the following question then:
pessoas
how many
atravessaram Regent
people
Street, que é uma rua
crossed
importante em
Regent
Londres, ontem entre
Street
meio-dia e meio-dia e meia?
yesterday between 12 and 12:30?
Aí você, presumindo que você defina
Presuming
o que é
that you
calçada, é
define
fácil ver na foto, o
what is easy
computador
to
vai ver
look at
quem
the picture,
saiu
the
da
computer will
calçada.
see
A maior
who
parte das
left
pessoas
the
não vai até o
sidewalk.
meio da rua e
Most
volta.
people don't go to the
É um
middle of the
pequeno
street
número,
and
esqueceu
go back.
alguma
There
coisa,
are
você
some
volta
number
do
of
meio
people
da
that
rua.
go and forget
A
something,
sua
right?
hipótese subjacente é que todo mundo
The
que sai
underlying
da
hypothesis that
calçada
everybody
vai
leaves the
atravessar
sidewalk
a
will
rua,
cross to the other side,
tá certo? Ela é
right?
falsa num
It's
pequeníssimo
false,
número de vezes, então,
but it's
portanto,
negligible.
você pode dizer com erro do
So you
tipo
can
2,
say
bastante
that
reduzido,
with a very
a
reduced
resposta
error
vai
margin,
ser bem dada pelo
that the
computador.
answer will
Agora,
be
digamos
provided by the
que
computer.
tem
On the
algum
other
inglês
hand,
aqui?
any Englishman here?
Não. Digamos que
Well,
você queira
Let's say that you want
dizer o
to
seguinte:
say the following.
quantas dessas pessoas estavam atravessando
How
eram
many
mulheres?
of the people were women that were crossing?
Aí você tem um problema.
Then you have a problem.
Por quê?
Why?
Tem muito escocês que vai a Londres.
Because there's a
então, só
lot
dizer que
of
estava de saia não
Scotsmen
funciona.
that go to London,
Tem
so if
muito
they were wearing a
inglês que
skirt,
quer
it might not work.
se
There's a
vestir
lot
de
of
jeito
Englishmen that want
mais
to dress
andrógeno, né?
more
Então,
androgynously,
você
right?
já começa a crescer
So
o
you
quê?
start
O erro do tipo 2 na sua classificação.
growing this error
Certo?
margin in your
Aí
classification.
vem a terceira pergunta.
And then you ask the third
Quantas
question.
dessas mulheres eram
How many of these
bonitas?
women were beautiful?
O sujeito a quem você faz essa pergunta, ele pode
And if you ask anybody in
responder o
that
seguinte:
question, person can
você vai
ask,
me
can
dar uma
answer.
definição de ser bonito?
Can
ou
you
eu
give
tenho
me
que
a
descobrir na
definition
foto?
of beautiful, or should I discover it by the picture?
Se eu me der a definição, é uma
If I
pessoa que
give
tem
you
uma
a
verruga
definition
aqui no
that
meio da
somebody
testa
has
que dói aqui,
a mole in the middle of
tem uma
the forehead
cicatriz no rosto.
or a scar on the
Definição,
face,
eu dou aquela definição
this
que eu
is the
quiser.
definition that I want to give
O
them.
erro do tipo
Whatever.
2
Error,
ainda vai
type
ser
2 errors will still
pequeno.
be small.
Mas se eu quiser
But
descobrir dentro da
if I
foto,
want to discover it
o
within the
erro vai
picture,
ser,
then type
você
2
pode
errors
imaginar,
will be
imensamente
exponentially
maior. E
larger.
aí pode estar jogando por terra
And then
toda a minha
you can
análise.
throw away all of my
Tem
analysis.
problemas
And
em que as
there are
empresas
many
hoje em
problems
dia
where we see the
iniciam
applications,
inteligência artificial
the initial applications of artificial
exatamente
intelligence, where
o
this
sujeito
is
busca
exactly what's being
resposta
done. The individual looks for an
os
answer
dados que ele tem
that the data
não
this
vão
person
ter
possesses
essa habilidade.
won't be able to give an answer that's
Mas qual a
very
pessoa que está usando
reliable.
inteligência artificial?
But who is using the artificial
Sem
intelligence?
estatística,
And as they don't have a lot of knowledge about statistics, they don't have a lot of knowledge about the tool they're
ela vai
using,
dizer, não, é tanto
they'll
por
say,
cento.
oh, okay, it's this
Mas não é
percentage,
tanto por cento.
but it's not that percentage.
E às vezes quando você roda duas vezes no
And
computador,
sometimes when you do
vai dar
the same exercise twice, the same cluster of data, you might get two different results.
já peguei aqui, logo que saiu o chat GPT, eu perguntei
I
quem era Getúlio Vargas.
started using ChatGPT one time and asked, who was Getulio Vargas? And the answers had nothing to do with Getulio Vargas, okay?
Então,
So
isso requer o uso
this
de um
requires
processo.
the use of a process, a research process more than anything else.
Processo
But I tend to believe in many things, but
PMO de
a
pesquisa,
process of a research PMO together with a quality control to work this. This is the challenge. Okay, I don't want to torment you, so I'll finalize my words here because the challenge is just beginning. We're just starting to look at this challenge. And when we're talking about funding for investments and all of these things, these conversations, they aren't separable. You can't separate them. Oh, okay, I'm gonna give little money for this investment. And okay, if the investment is not really well done because the technique used didn't yield the result correctly, that would be even worse because you won't get any return on that investment. No, maybe just by chance. And then you start to not believe on the whole process. And that's the moment where all these questions and the purpose of the seminars here is trying to organize these issues in order for you to deal with it. Some of them won't have a solution. That's clear. And some of them you have to take a look. You say, okay, I'll take this risk, and that's that. The limit of what I can do up to this moment is this, and period. But I have to be aware of the problems, because otherwise I'll just start in a very sophisticated manner trying to do those analogies where I say that, oh, all horses are mammals and all humans are mammals, therefore all horses are human. So we have to look at this and build this in a different manner. The goal of the seminars here is this construction, for us to have a better understanding that doesn't only depend on the administration of the foundation, but the ideas that I'm talking about here, the ideas from many people over time that just repeated themselves over and over again and debated them. Some of these ideas are more mature, some of them are less mature, and there is a very brutal difficulty when trying to take seriously the rigor that are necessary for some of these fields. And there's also a special care in not allowing that an exaggerated rigor cut back on the ability to innovate. So many times it's easier to have someone who tries something and then you say, oh, okay, you might have made a mistake here. Maybe you're less careful here because ignore this, but your idea is good. Okay, let's try to correct your mistake and see where this will take us. So this is the general effort here. So thank you very much, everyone. I apologize by this inversion on the schedule because I need to do a video conference with some partners of the foundation, and I hope that you all had a very nice seminar. Thank you.
Bom, após a manifestação do professor Carlos Ivan,
after the talk from Professor Carlos Ivan, let's continue with our last panel here. And as I said, we hope that everyone can participate on the lunch where we can have this networking exercise. I'd like to invite up to the stage José Eduardo, who will mediate the next panel. And José, you can invite up to the stage the participants of the panel, please.
Bom, eu vou chamar, pela ordem, a Cristina Araripe.
I'm going to call up in order, Cristina Araripe.
E a professora Juliana.
And Professor Juliana.
Bom, eu queria
Well, I'd like to start by saying that it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And that many years ago, more or less around 45 to 50 years ago, and this very building next to us here, we came from our invitation, a Nobel Prize of Economics, the Swedish, and this took a little while longer. And back then, some people from Itamaraty wanted to take this Nobel Prize to do some other activities, this person, and Mirdo said, well, I want to talk, I want to disseminate science, because without dissemination of economic science, it won't legitimate itself. It won't attract debate, and without debates, it won't advance, and it won't look for new frontiers. And this remark is very strong to me. It stayed with me 50 years later. And as I preside the session here in behalf of the Committee of Innovation and Research, and at the same time, remind you that in at least in around a month, the committee will release an impact report talking about the initiative that, let's say, will be destined to, we have as a goal to advance this line of research that was talked about Professor Carlos Ivan, and the line of research and got mentioned by Professor Goretti in this commission. And what I'd like to tell you today is that the theme that we'll develop here today is a theme that's extremely, let's say, important. It's a theme extremely full of nuances, and the simple fact of not having answers to some of the questions that will be asked here doesn't mean that we don't have to face these questions. Fundamentally, the theme here is efficiency and the different dilemmas of communication and scientific dissemination. I yield the floor then to Professor Cristina, who will give us her lecture. She's the coordinator of scientific dissemination of Fundação Oswaldo Cruz. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I thank you for the invitation. And I'd also like to say, seeing how late we are, I'll try to be very brief and point out some very specific questions, some matters. The first one, I brought a little writing here for my speak, and inspired by Professor Carlos in the question of innovation. I remember that a few years ago, when I started to enter this debate of education, scientific dissemination, and science popularization, I found myself faced with literature from the 19th century, where I still find some references, and many times, even if you don't know, this motto for science for all started back then in the 19th century with Infinier in France, that launches and releases a little scientific journal called Science for All, with the goal to disseminate knowledge, the innovations that were taking place at that time. So after a long time, I'm here to talk about the experiences I had in my institution. Actually, I think it's worth to bring this first question here and talk about a debate we had that, due to some unexpected circumstances, happened at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. At that moment, and I refer to the beginning of 2022, and we already knew from December of 2019 that there was a virus circulating, and on February, we see a series of movements, and in March, finally, when we were in a working group for Fiocruz to start deliberate and define a schedule to propose to a scientific community, Fiocruz, the agenda of science communication, we had to stop this process and think about everything that was being planned with the goal to try to understand better what was happening, what was going to happen in the future. And curiously, in the end of that year, we approved a document of a policy for our institution. Just a footnote, we said it was only an institution that had something similar. It was the Federal University of Minas Gerais that had already done this process, and we were able then to approve in one of those digital meetings we used to have, and a debate that was not very complete, because due to the fact that, for example, when we want in an institution such as Fiocruz that is located in more than 10 states with more than 21 offices spread all over the country, having a very broad reach to different areas of knowledge, and of course, those of us who work with education and popularization of science, we want to reach all the regions and all the actors and all the institutional agents. And with that said, of course, I reference some of my frustration here, but at the same time, it was exactly in that year, at that moment, where we began to learn a lot of new things, or at least we started to reflect differently on the importance and why so many personalities such as Nobel Prize winners, they reference this very important moment, which is to try to dialogue with the society and the general public, which was exactly this fact that very quickly we learned that communication work that we were doing, it had the central elements for us to face the challenge that was to face something that we already knew beforehand, which was the fake news, the misinformation, the deniers. None of that was news for us. And just creating a little parallel with the fact that I mentioned here, the Science for All. We already knew that all of this was happening, but we did not understand the size of the problem that were happening for our society, especially here in Brazil. So the work that by itself was already very challenging, the dilemmas that we were facing and the challenges were being pointed out, and it became a matter more than just formalizing a document, and a working group was working on within that institution. It became necessary, rather, for us to quickly make an effort to try to involve actors that weren't up to that moment mobilized in that situation. Now, thinking back, I'm a historian and a sociologist. I think that it was much more of a work of trying to bring these researchers closer, bringing these people closer, and those who were manufacturing vaccines, and make so that they could look for us, and acting how it was previously planned, we went after all these actors. And I see that currently, when we are asked to reflect on our institutional experience, it's worth to point out, and of course, when we talk about resources, and I was thinking about the previous panel with many young people bringing their experiences, their proposals and projects, but also bringing that will, that anxiety to have more support and to get more support. And something that's fundamental to us who are working in this field, the investment and financing is very important. I'm not going to repeat what most of you said here, be it when it comes to delivering and production we have to do with society, or in regards to the necessity to think about the meaning of communication and popularization of science in our country. But clearly, strengthening the idea and the importance of financing, it's a shame that we won't have this panel, a complete panel, because on the relevant aspects that we could be talking here is the necessity of the financing of this field of work. We have some experience with these dialogues. I'm a part of the Pop Science Committee, which is the Committee for Popularization of Science, which is a decree signed by the president in the end of last year. But we know that what's being asked of us here, those of us who work with research, and institution of science, technology, and innovation, what is important is to understand what are the expectations and what are the priorities of this field when we talk about the necessity of dialogue with society, be it in whatever format or whatever meaning you want to give to this matter. And resources and sponsorship, because popularizing science is something very expensive and very difficult to do, but we can see what's happening over in China. The work that was done so they could get results from smaller groups in various regions of the country to try to work in a bigger scale. When you think about China, it's always about global scale, and they talked about the necessity in trying to support projects that popularize science, not only to incentivize young researchers to continue on their careers, but also so the population could support this social, economical, and political developmental project. So this is fundamental. Without getting into more details of this debate, but I like to bring the idea that we have to learn, especially with countries such as China, albeit that culturally and many other aspects, they have many different beliefs from us here, but I believe it's worth for us to take a look at what is working around the world. And China is advancing very much on this field, and you even presented some results in the panels here when it comes to education, the necessity of investment in some projects that take into consideration something that it seems like something very new, but unfortunately, it talks on the problem of social inequality, racism, and the necessity for us to take a better look at the social questions. And this happens a lot in the public sector and public arena where public policies are debated for science and technology. The necessity for us to include regions that up to now are completely isolated when it comes to science and technology and innovation systems in our country. With that said, just like to make this very quick effort in trying to show what my understanding of science communication is crucial for us to expand this debates and how they should be done in democratic space and the relation between science, population, and above all, so that we can establish in a horizontal fashion collaborations that can express themselves, interconnecting, and be seen in different territories and regions. Of course, I always think it's important to highlight the importance of building democratic and local governance processes that take into consideration everything you have said during the symposium. So this can all reach these places in order to avoid many other results. And again, talking about the COVID pandemic, which is the lack of support from the population when the science needs it most and should have a guaranteed space to talk about things, be it when it comes in regards to the media, but above all, that we should be able to debate at that moment where we were all isolated, where we had to explain in the schools, we had to explain to the principals, to the parents, to the students themselves, that we should respect the logic of isolation so we could do what was essential at that time, which was to defend our lives. That was very difficult for those of you who were here in Rio de Janeiro and followed that debate. You know how much effort was put into that. And that's why I said, because we had to halt the work we were doing, this more political debate about the entire framework that we would like to have in our institutions to better structure this debate between different actors. But we did what I believe was essential to do. So communicators, science, popularization, we joined our efforts from some researchers as well. They were telling us very simple things, such as the one I mentioned. They said, for example, let's stay at home. And it was a very arduous fight. We lost many lives, sometimes with a simple fact that people just wouldn't listen to science. They just wouldn't listen to the researchers and scientists, and they wouldn't listen to the public managers that made themselves available at that moment to listen to science and listen to scientists. Now, more than ever, we need to take advantage of these spaces and this symposiums that has been organized by a foundation such as FGV. And as a Fiocruz researcher, I take advantage of this time to bring this debate. It's a very simple topic, which is dialogue with society more than ever is a necessary thing. We faced and we paid a very high cost. The lives we lost too many lives. And I believe we should learn from this lesson. And I see no other way. And I've been very honest with you someone who's an activist and is working on this field in Fiocruz for many years, over 2 decades. I see no other way other than investing on this dialogue of society and all the actors understanding this perspective, thinking about inclusion, intersectionality, and of course, I could not mention this because I'm the coordinator of the program of women and girls in science. Many of you here participate on that, and we're very proud to say that we had a very amazing project approved on the public calling of CNPq to stimulate the girls on being more interested in science and technology, and of course, innovation. So mentoring is something fundamental. I count on you, and thank you very much for your attention. Before yielding the floor to Professor Juliana, I'd like to say that the talk here from Professor Cristina is extremely important. She said there was a very simple talk. It's very profound. It's very current and important. I'm going to give a neutral personal experience. I'm a university professor, have been for 53 years. I'm chair at USP. I did my university trajectory, but I also worked as a journalist in the same media channel, which was the biggest newspaper in São Paulo. It was the Estado de São Paulo newspaper. And during the COVID, one of the things that drew our attention was the fact that the more the newspaper aligned themselves to try to disseminate to the low-income population the mechanisms of care and all of this, the more the government, at that time, I don't want to name them, you know who this government is, the government polarized more the debate, and they went against the newspapers. And with that, newspapers, because newspapers are very expensive, they tried to limit in their news this care. And at the first moment, these papers started to communicate about the denying of this government against the scientists and the public sector, and those who were working in favor of the public health. And after a long time, many seminar and many diagnoses, we decided the best was to ignore the present, ignore the pressure, and work on the sense of creating more pedagogical articles for the population. I don't know if this research was done, but people from PAPESP raised the idea that one day financing a research in this sense. The research that was very precarious that was done by the state of São Paulo, this newspaper, is that this line of thought helped to bring awareness to the population. I'll leave the floor now to Professor Juliana, who is one of the best professor in her field, and she was also my student a little while ago. It wasn't the best student that I've had, and I need to mention that. Thank you, Professor, for being so gentle. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, Goretti, for your invitation. Congratulations, Dr. Cristina, for the great talk. Professor Faria, it's very nice to share the space with you. It's a person I admire a lot, and it's very nice to hear you talk. Market back model, because now I'm as a coordinator of the Central Hospital of the Department of Science at FGV. I limited my very brief talk to just a message, because I'm not going to be able to go into depth into this message. The dilemma about the ethic aspects of science communication. The first point is we need to have a presumption, a very strong presumption, as Dr. Cristina was saying, communicate, disseminate science, and in fact have a direct interaction with the target public. This is very essential. So a starting point that's very solid, we need to dialogue always, and dialogue more through the many communication devices and the various different profiles, be them economical or political. And I highlight in this perspective, when it comes to research, we have a few challenges, if you could say. The first one is we have many specific niches, especially when we deal with high complexity research and interdisciplinarity. We will work with the possibility of having many results and consequences and perspectives for communication and trying to reach niches in specific interests. And this draws our attention because nowadays we're very worried about the measurement of the impact. We don't have a very clear definition about what is an impact. Certainly, there are variation between area to field of study in what an impact is, but in the university sphere, we have a proposal to address the activities so that they are relevant in the practical world, that they might create products that can be used in contracts and product in situations that will improve human life. But in the field of research, we have an alignment with COPs in relation to the measurement of the impact, much more than how this impact is done. So it's a fundamental perspective to think on, because impact eventually it not means to produce a good research report. It doesn't mean to have a book, but this impact is to try to give this information where it should be in an appropriate mechanism so this information can be better understood. So impact nowadays has to do with selection and how you choose to do the scientific communication. And this can be a great challenge because nowadays we have a real mutability in these mechanisms. Evidently, the means that are already consolidated, they're very important. As I said, scientific papers is a very excellent mechanism to disseminate scientific knowledge, the same way as research reports and collective works and many other examples I put up here and that FGV already takes care of. All of this is very important. But we also have today innovative means. Let's see if it's going to work.
Prontos para mais mergulho profundo no direito administrativo. Hoje a gente vai explorar conceito super interessante. A legalidade realista.
É isso aí, a gente vai tentar entender se a
Yes, we're going to try to understand if the experience of daily life can or cannot limit the state's power of punishment. We're going to use it.
Fumus Boniores, escrito pelas professoras Alice Boronoff e Juliana Bonacorsi de Paula.
Isso mesmo. E nesse artigo, elas apresentam 3 cenários hipotéticos para a gente analisar essa questão.
Vamos começar com o primeiro. Imagine uma cidadezinha tranquila, cidade feliz.
Um lugar onde, aparentemente, todo mundo se dá bem, inclusive os pets.
A Felícia, nossa personagem, chega nessa cidade e logo observa que muitos moradores passeiam com seus cachorros no parque.
And she noticed that many of the people walk the dog in the municipal park, but there's a huge sign in the entrance of the park that says it's prohibited the entrance of animals. You can be fined for that. The sign is over there, but nobody cares about the sign. So, okay, Feliz, you can ask your neighbors if someone has been fined for that. And yes, no one. Everybody says the city is very pet friendly. And he said that the rules not apply. He took the little dog and to walk in the park. And then the story goes to places where we didn't expect. Some days later, she gets notified by her infraction. Well, I'm not going to tell the whole story about Felici and the city of Felici. It's a little dog, but I just wanted to show what happened with the article that I wrote as a co-author with Alice. This proposal was sent down, went through artificial intelligence that created a different mechanism, an innovative mechanism for communication of exactly what was being said in the article. It was a different proposal, and also thinking about this current dynamic that we have, especially in regards to information. And you can see that the language is much simpler, the content is relatively the same, but it's a simplification of a theory, enforcement theory that's very sophisticated in concrete cases that are very understandable, that allow for a more effective communication. And our scientific research product was then consumed in another way. So I'd like to talk about other products and using new technologies. We can talk about podcasts that are already very disseminated, columns that allow for this type of engineer arrangement. These are all new means for communication, and a very important detail, we are just in the beginning. Many other mechanisms and media and means for communication using social media or AI or not, they are all about to be ready. Another important question is the change of perception of the target public in relation to this information. Maybe you don't have the same capacity of retention or of focus that other generations had before. And this all causes challenges that we have to think about. The researchers have to bring different formats. And in the same way, we thought about how much our work can take advantage of public documents. So it's interesting that this comes from the public administration field, for us to verify that a bigger entanglement of research and decision-making on the public sphere. In the past, we had, obviously, the part of technical studies, law reports, and all this instructive decision-making. But nowadays, I have realized and noticed a strong demand so that academia can participate, be in policy papers or help elaborate reports and projects, and also get themselves involved in new regulatory rules, for example, trying to evaluate the regulatory laws. And this does so that we have and change our way of thinking, how to maximize scientific dissemination and communication without getting into ethical problems. And I put another point here. So where does the ethics come into all this? And I was summarizing two fundamental aspects. I don't think I'm going to go through all the complexity, but I'd like to put two fundamental points here. First is the tutelage of the author. So the point is to have the largest dissemination possible, but so that this person has the right of the author. So some of the examples of risks related to the guardianship of the author. So when you're talking about self-plagiarism, so this is something more utilized in the communication dissemination of science knowledge. We want that research can have many different profiles, documents, and ways to be communicated. But how do we not run into self-plagiarism? How do we define that? And this is being debated outside. You can have, a way where you go divide the research into pieces. We're going to establish a percentage, for example, up to 30% of innovation doesn't characterize self-plagiarism. But after that, we have self-plagiarism. So it's very difficult to define this. And this might be connected to the epistemic matter of the issue, but a misconduct in research is related to this dissemination of knowledge. Also, omission of co-authors. So, for example, imagine that you have the research, collective research, and from this collective research, we have a scientific article, and then you can have eventually a policy paper where you don't have the participation of a co-author that was a participant in the original research, and maybe another scenario even, what is exactly the predatory co-authoring, because then as a derivative product, we have a new co-author that didn't participate in the original research.
A gente pode até trabalhar a questão das fake news ou não, ou eventualmente dar superdimensionamento à pesquisa que não corresponde propriamente com a metodologia colocada. Enfim, esses são os riscos da disseminação e uma preocupação ética que está justamente nisso. Como tutelar a autoria? Não teremos respostas certas, mas esse é um ponto que nós temos que trabalhar. E o segundo eixo, justamente,
answers. But really, the second axis is the role of universities and FGV in order to incentivize the dissemination of research. Each researcher needs to be incentivized to the communication, thinking about the impact, but they have to feel safe that its communication is not going to be an object of punishment because of the misconduct in a research, because that requires good guidelines. And the same way that an incentive goes through the construction of a strategy to publicize results, which means this is not an isolated phenomenon from a research project. The project doesn't have to commit just to a product, but it does need to have a commitment to the future, which means to create a strategy to disseminate the results. And I think that what I've seen is a combination of different mechanisms to disseminate ideas. For example, some columns online or podcasts that call the attention to the final report or to great research findings in a way that it takes the report or even a collective work or something that needs to be incentivized. And it is the opportune moment to think about how we would develop this. So with that in mind, I wanted to bring to discussion what we call the starting points to deal with ethical dilemma in the scientific dissemination of knowledge. There is a diversity of topics, and there is no single response. Is it plagiarism? Is it not? Do we have predatory co-authorship? There isn't a single answer. And I think that there isn't an answer that isn't really connected deeply to the concrete case. So in the same way that we are right now in a changing scenario, and the solution will not be simple. So FGV is creating a norm or amplifying the misconduct typification. This is not going to help a lot because the logic is what's following us as a strategy to promote integrity. And even then we have problems. Maybe the central problem is that we verify the need to train and build capacity to ethical research. In this complex scenario that's very full of learnings and lessons, and this very fundamental perspective, so that this researcher is a cooperator. So the researcher is not the target of an integrity lawsuit. They don't have to sort of be liable for the things that they produce. They will be a cooperator to think about more adequate and efficient mechanisms to prevent misconduct in terms of ethical researches and dissemination of knowledge. I've also created a pun here because we work with the pens, because there's a lot of intense control and we use the pens as a metaphor. You can imagine that this is a very controversial discussion, and the name that is done for when managers don't sign any public policies and they don't fit the names is like the malfunction of pens. So if we have a very punitive office that will bring a more incisive punishment, we're going to have a lot of threats and researches. We can have the rebound effect, which would be the lack of the dissemination and the knowledge and the research itself. And things will be just left in a result with no commitment to finding. In this perspective, and this starting point, I present now proposals to avoid ethical dilemmas. Obviously, there isn't only a single one punishment. We can talk about many others that are necessary to focus on prevention of misconduct in research with regards to the dissemination of communication. First, it seems contradictory, but nobody here is saying that there shouldn't be typification or punishment. It does need to exist, but rationally so. Now, it's fundamental, as I said, thinking about that science researchers is a cooperative that has a responsive posture, which means that if there is an occurrence of a misconduct, they anticipate and try to talk to the institution to think about mechanisms to mitigate or even correct the problem that might have occurred. Diagnostics are very important. We need evidence and concrete data. And an important aspect is that they produce research with regards to how this dilemma has been going on and what are the challenges that the schools are facing until we have some knowledge about the problems that we're facing. And in this perspective, we need to promote dialogues and think about concrete solutions with regards to these dilemmas. A fundamental point, I think, an additional point that's very important, which is the construction of security or safety mechanisms and clarity with regards to the policies as well as
especialmente pesquisas coletivas, é que haja
in collective research especially, is that there is commitments being made prior to the start of the research, which could be changed if necessary, because research is very dynamic and we find new paths when we execute research. So the idea would be at the start to have a big deal where we establish authorship criteria, who is an author, who's a co-author, who can participate, and who can disseminate in the media, how to work with co-authors in derived communications, who sign policy papers. Everything is important, and it needs to be avoiding problems with regards to that. And also the management bringing some relief to the administration of misconduct in research, because clarity always helps that are developed, and the research courses we might have a publication in conventions and other channels. But also, to use this partial product in the final product will not characterize self-plagiarism. And finally, more information, like it has been with regards to AI, to be saying where the research coming from, this perspective and information, and leave clarity to the reader about the sources of information. Thank you. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Our two speeches had very important convergence points, one of which is dialogue, constructive dialogue. So what I wanted to call your attention to is the fact that this idea of constructive dialogue is more important than we imagine when we identify that which was called creative destruction process. Throughout history, we have technologies that are being outdated by competition until there is a new need for technology, which brings a massacre to the economy. CNPq, I used to work there, and at FAPESP, what we see is the fact that more and more quickly, this process and rhythm, this creative destruction is faster and faster. We used to have 50 years of gap between leaving a technological standard to going to another one. And now, thanks to the work that's being held by Fiocruz or the others, is that this change of paradigm is happening more quickly every day. And they request new dilemmas, and they come with new ways of thinking. We know how to ask the questions, but know how to answer them. And I think that this initiative today in the seminar of the Innovation and Research Committee, we have a very young generation of researchers. They highlighted very important things. Two experienced professors calling attention because they didn't use affirmative answers. This dialogue is a construction so that we can be effective and politically correct.
A minha pergunta é...
My question is, I'm a student of the school, I'm a researcher, I work at FGV Law in São Paulo, and I have a very specific question for Juliana, Professor. In your lecture, you mentioned that there are many ethical dilemmas that have to be aligned previously. And in a very objective manner, my question is, when there's a nucleus of research that's been working for 20, 30 years, and in the last continuous research, how can we to not self-plagiarize or omit older researchers use databases that were built Because if you think about it, if a center of research has around 30 years, we have 125 researchers in a certain year of that research, and then we don't know beforehand how the effective contribution was of a certain researcher. So my question is very concrete. How to align the expectations of the current researcher, but not omit the other researchers on, maybe ethics. I took a lot of notes, but then I want to talk to you more. Thank you again. Thank you. I think it's a very valuable question, but it depends on this concrete situation. Let's think about two scenarios. One, where we had a small specific participation by a researcher in that center of research. And then we have evidently very specific participation within a time limit. So if I say there's an effective work in that time, there isn't a lot of limitation. But if I'm working from a same database that's being added upon, and eventually you have a formulation of results based on that database of a historical series, what I advise you to do is, it's difficult to talk about this, but it has to be said. But the world is very complex now. Don't expect a normative, uniform, and definitive solution. What I invite you to do is for you to understand the commitments. So self-regulation for AI, and on our research, the research group will self-manage. So what will be the proposition here? Try to look for these older authors and have a conversation about how to define this author, who was the author. And then if you come to have a problem this later on, then the authors will try to come and define this, considering the concrete case that was talked about. But my suggestion is always this one. Oh, okay, the research is still ongoing. There's no problem. Any moment is a moment to try to align the interests, have this internal norms very defined. And if, for example, there was a change in the research group, so maybe the researcher was for a very specific situation, and they got a certain protagonism. Okay, this can be reviewed. So research is dynamic, and the commitments have to be dynamic as well. So my suggestion would be to talk about all these commitments, and in case there are any problems later on, then the office will try to come in and bring an answer. And in my evaluation here, I couldn't give you a specific answer because it depends on the situation, but so we can have a parameter here. The idea is effective contribution for the research and also in the writing up of that product. Professor Cristina, do you have any other comments? No, I just remembered something that I should have mentioned before, and I thought about it. But a problem here, Professor Juliana, is when it comes to publications, this predatory periodics. And as Professor mentioned here, the generational issue, I think many young people here have to take into consideration that in this globalized world, we are coming face to face with a number of magazines and journals and invitation for publications that have to be analyzed. So there is, yes, this aspect of, how this research was, its trajectory. And that's why I talked about the Science for All from VIII, because it seems that we're trying to innovate on something that has already existed. No, let's stay calm here. And I remember when you made this question, I remember to point out the predatory periodics, and without getting to a bigger debate, but this worries the scientific community a lot, and this has to do with the debate on the other side of the story, which is misinformation. Because it's saying, okay, let's go after information, but what's the other side of the story here? What's behind all this? What is creating, what is having a big impact on society, and together with the science community, what is sometimes lack of regulatory legal framework, and she talked about it very well. But we have to take this into consideration. Many other aspects. Just wanted to point this out because the debate about misinformation nowadays will it's going to run us over. This debate is very important because it deals with the freedom of opinion, freedom of press, and then we come face to face with the question: misinformation, can it be a misinformation generated by ingenuity or scientific mistake? But it can also come from by people who are very ill-intentioned. We don't have a precision in law. We don't have a very precise definition to understand where the freedom of opinion ends. And let's say, for example, an opinion that's mistaken, but it's just mistaken. And when it starts an opinion that has very ill intentions. And I try to calibrate and understand this in a very dangerous scenario. And this is the debate we're trying to put here in Brazil today. Well, if we take a look, let's see what happens with some churches, for Pentecostal churches, when they deny science, and see what happens. Some of the ministry of the Supreme Court, Jim said in one way or another, he started introducing a controversy that was to prohibit the circulation of 2 or 3 books who are clearly someone who's very ill-intentioned. And the ministry is being accused of being an enemy of freedom of press. This is a very fundamental question in our current days. Another question that can be brought here, this is an older one, but it also goes to show a similar dilemma. See, now you have to deal with some way. In 1974, you get to the presidency and Ernesto Geisel. And he launches a very ambitious plan. And this ambitious plan of his was a second national plan for development. It was a plan that should give results in 4 to 5 years of his term. And this plan started from the beginning facing some problems. First, all the expected result and growth was around the axis, the nuclear and the engine industry. But he didn't take consideration the oil crisis. And when the oil crisis came about, his plan just melted. And then he realized back then in 1968, with the Act 5, a part of the public university, part of the institutions, including Fiocruz, including Fundação Getulio Vargas, including USP as well, we had some professors sent away, they were exiled and sent away from Brazil. And what Geiser noticed in around 1974 is that there wasn't an intelligence, a technocracy that was capable to implement the plan that he had developed. And at the moment, what he did, he called upon a group of intellectuals in order to open the path for those who had been exiled to come back and check if there's a possibility from that to create very quickly a structural reform of the universities in Brazil. The specific case of law, this happened, and they were brought to talk about this 5 professors. One of those professors from here, Getulio Vargas, was Professor Joaquim Falcão. The other one was Mário Machado, who was going to work in Rui Barbosa. The third one was the professor, I think is in PUC today, Professor Bruno da Silveira. Fourth was Aurélio Van der Bastos from UFMG, and the 5th was myself. What was our dilemma when we called back? They gave us, they let us do everything and try to reform. If you reform the structure of law teaching, because we need people with capability and transversal training to understand what is investment, what's economy, what's tax, what's acquired rights. Without that, we won't be able to develop Brazil. And what was the dilemma that came up? Are we going to serve the dictatorship, or are we going to serve above the dictatorship? So this was a dilemma that resulted in the possibility, let's say, for example, we could deny working with that government, with that regime, but on the other hand, we were closing the doors for a process of innovation within the university and put back on this positions the professors that had been exiled. In some way, what I want to say here is that these questions, they bring about a series of dilemmas, a series of anxieties that we are just going to be able to overcome these anxieties and find solutions that won't last forever or just temporary, but there will be answers from when we do debates such as this one. Do you guys have any more questions? Okay, I have 2 over there. First one, okay, then you. I have a lot of trouble because there's a light right on my face. You. Sorry, the interpreter can't hear the person speaking.
Agora sim, perfeito.
Okay, oh yes, perfect. My name is Sophia. I'm an undergrad student from Science Data here in FGV. I was very inspired by the comment done by Professor Cristina about the question of fake news and misinformation, especially. I remember what was said about Professor Juliana, talking about scientific dissemination and diverse means, not only traditional means. They're still very valid, but they are limited when it comes especially to the general public. What I want to ask from you, especially your opinions, is about scientific communication in social medias and more accessible means to the public. And when you talk about misinformation nowadays, especially the dissemination of scientific data in social media, because we have many data that are false. Everybody understands this reality, but it's very difficult for the general public to be able to differentiate this data. So I want to know the opinion of you about the scenario in this attempt of trying to diversify the scientific project that's done with quality.
Eu não vou me atrever como professor aqui. I'm
not going to dare here as a professor, but I believe that we need to regulate this better. So there's a difference between regulation and control. So I'm going to give the floor to my colleague here, but without a shadow of doubt, this is one of the biggest problems of modernity, especially here in our country. We saw the trouble and the dangers of this. Books are already traditional examples. We've always had problems with censorship and of high censorship. Because who wasn't afraid of the dictatorship and made themselves available to publish books? Us, social scientists, we know the price people paid for doing this. So we took a look at the perspective of this important process, but
a questão da democracia no país, a chamada redemocratização, ela foi importante, mas ela trouxe...
The redemocratization of the country was very important, but it brought with that the problem that the professor just mentioned, which is the issue of our universities. He mentioned the post-grad studies, but what was in play here was the freedom and the matter of self-expression. And this is very important because everyone nowadays thinks they can say everything they want in a social media and that'll be valid. And that's not how it works, because that's what we're talking about here and debating about, and reflection above all. I prefer, Professor, to hear you about this and learn from you.
I defer to you.
Well, Luis Becker is raising his hand, and then I'll talk later.
So I'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm João Luis Becker. I'm professor at the Department of Technology and Data Science
Department
Administration
of the São Paulo
School
Business Administration
of São Paulo. I'd like to congratulate here first for the presentation from both of the professors. It was very interesting. The thematic is extremely relevant, which is the science communication, popularization of science.
And
I was very satisfied and happy when Professor Cristina,
right? Yes.
Sorry, yeah, Cristina, correct? Okay.
She made the
observation that this predatory periodics exist, and it seems to be one of the missing elements from the debate. And I'd like to add another element that is causing me a certain cognitive dissonance in regards to a few of the concepts. There's a concept of science communication that it can't be mistaken by the research communication, the dissemination of research. So science evolves through researches that accumulate and, let's say, validated by the scientific body. And it's very important, one of the fundamental elements of this process,
of this evaluation,
process of the quality of research is.
Então, não se pode confundir, então, a avaliação da ciência com a avaliação da pesquisa. Se esta pesquisa não foi ainda convalidada por seus pares, seja na forma da publicação nos canais, digamos assim, tradicionais da pesquisa, com a avaliação por pares, porque se nós entramos e corrompemos esse processo, nós caímos na esparrela dos periódicos predatórios, que são chamados predatórios.
Predatory periodics, which are called predatory because they mess with this fundamental element of anonymous evaluation, the peer review on the valid and not valid. And we get into a simple dissemination that's done on the social media, and we even drew our attention to that. And that was mentioned in the previous question, which is trying to eliminate this process of peer review and just publish my research on social media. And this won't cause the impact necessary. It will cause a negative impact when in relation to the process of science dissemination.
Só uma resposta. Não é por acaso, professor João Becker, que a FAPESP, a própria nossa
It's
Fundação
not the FAPESP and our Getulio Vargas Foundation and Initiative and the Impact Journal. It's not by chance that we've had in USP as well. The USP communication system has grown incredibly, an attempt of the university to try to guard a little bit of this process and turn it professional through responsible journals that will disseminate research in a more objective language that's easily understandable, and that will disseminate the activities of this sponsoring agency and the activities from the Central Research that are actually innovative and, let's say, will brought them the knowledge. So there's a movement in this place. The other observation that Professor Juliana asked me to do it has to do with the question from Professor Araripe. We call it to regulation. There is a movement in Brazil saying that everyone is equal in the law, but the Brazilian society is extremely unequal. And within this inequality, any possibility to work that idea that everyone is equal in the law, it creates a profound inequality in a country such as Brazil. What has happened is an attempt from law schools in trying to find a renewal of their curriculum, be in Getulio Vargas in Rio and São Paulo. They, during this proposal, working with less judicializing learning and learning that's more, teaching that's more transversal. I drank coffee and I talked to a professor from AISP in regards to this matter. What does this mean? This means that we can have a legislation that tries to fixate milestones and leave for the regional legislator and the municipality, the legislators in that region. And within that framework, we can accommodate the legislation and the specificities from that region and the social needs, or be it, for example, on the state level or any north, south, whatever region in Brazil. So this is ongoing, but this demands a very much quicker innovation in some fields, especially in the teaching of law. And on the other side, this also demands trying to oxygenate the courses, the law courses in Brazil, because some of them are going through a brutal crisis. I give an example from my unit. Increasingly, we have the necessity of arbitration, a process that goes to judiciary and takes 7-8 years in average to be judged. And when there's a final decision, both parts might have already died, for example. They weren't benefited by the law. So what's the solution I have? We had to promote arbitration, for example, in my school, and as a department of civil law and processual law are led by justices. They can't talk about arbitration because arbitration is going to corrode the jurisdiction of the public prosecutor's office and from the law. What my university did after being pressured by the students, they're going to get an arbitration course, but it's obligatory, it's mandatory. Then they tried to select the professor. They selected the president of the Court of Justice in São Paulo, which the doctoral thesis was against arbitration. So these issues, this political battles that I want to draw the attention to. The seminar here is good because we're seeing the different faces of this problem. We're trying to discuss the ethical problems. They're not easy to be talked about. The political issues aren't easy to be talked about. And the construction of this implicates what Cristina and Juliana said. We need to build dialogues. I agree with what Professor Vargas said. Does anyone have their hand raised as well?
Olá, boa tarde. Eu gostaria de agradecer.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank everyone for your lectures. As a team that's very dear to me. I'm from FGV and the School of Law in São Paulo. I'm a researcher for the Empirical Research Lab and also the Racial Justice Lab. And then we have a debate about open science, how to incorporate this in our research system and also dissemination of how to popularize research from our internal researchers and how do we do to guarantee a better visibility and replicability of this data. So this is the open science. In the mapping we did very quickly, it shows that in Brazil, we're following a very unproductive path. Few universities adopt this open science. Very few other universities do this. And we're trying to incorporate this within our law school through dissemination of databases, for example, Dataverse. Many researchers use the Harvard network. So we're trying to incorporate that, and we're trying to participate on the network, which is the meta searcher. So USP together with FAPESP, they're leading this, and it's kind of a research hub and for dissemination of databases that in the end end up decreasing the cost of production of new science in Brazil. What I'd like to ask you, Professor, is if in Fiocruz and FGV, do you have any policies for developing this incorporation of open science? Professor Cristina. Oh, it's a debate. You open a window to the world. My colleague, Vanessa Ruda, who works very closely to my coordination. She's responsible for the coordination of information. She's tackling this challenge, and it isn't something easy to work with. It's something that I believe deserves a specific debate. I wasn't able to follow the entire symposium because I was at another event, but I think it's a good theme, especially to those who want to talk about research and innovation in Brazil. What is the place of open science here in our country? And we have many possibilities. Me, myself, I've been working with the citizenship science. You can see how this is a field of disputes, but also a field that's ongoing in its construction. Professor Juliana, please, very quickly. Our policy nowadays, we're thinking if we allocate this data or not in this resource network, but something that might bring an effective obligation. We're trying to make available some open data. This is still a process which we're dialoguing for and building here at FGV. As the time's run out, I'll wrap up our session here. I'd like to thank Loretti for having indicated me to preside this session. I'd like to thank the presence from Professor Cristina Araripe and Professor Juliana Palma. And I'd like to thank you all for your presence here. Some of you might say, oh, the audience is not as popular as yesterday, but a few times ago, as a student back in São Paulo, when I heard a talk from a great Austrian scientist that lived in Rio de Janeiro, Carpo, and he went to give an interview and give a speech. And this lecture started with the class was a lot of people, and there was a lot of raining outside. He spoke very bad Portuguese, and he had even a stroke before. There were only 3 students left by the end, and these 3 people became university professors, and it was the best lecture I've seen in my life. And with that, I wrap up a session here today. Thank you.
José Eduardo, muito obrigado.
José Eduardo, thank you. Juliana, Professor, thank you for your presence here. It was the best ending possible for the symposium.
Fechamento com chave de ouro foi
And
apropriada.
the sentence close of the golden key has never been better used before. I thank you all for being present here today. It was an honor to receive you. And I would like to extend the invitation so we can all have lunch together. And you're all invited. Let's relax. And you're all invited for our lunches already being served. Thank you, everyone.